Okay, it's three. Okay. So I got what? Yeah, I got the stuff sent out. That's like promoted my stream and everything. So that much is done already. So I shouldn't have to spend any of this stream really doing that. All I got to do is pull up my restream. But with that, matter of fact, I think I got my restream on my tablet right now. Yeah, so yeah, I got the chat pulled up. And so all I really got to do is actually just start streaming for real. Yeah. Let me prop up my tablet. But yeah, this is my okay, I don't remember what live stream this is, like what number, but this is like my fifth Teen Titans live stream specifically. So give me a sec. So yeah, today I will be drawing Beast Boy. He is I would say the fifth member, but I don't really know the order of all the Titans. I just know there's five of them. But I do know obviously the leader is Robin, and the second in command is Cyborg for those that didn't know. And in all honesty, Beast Boy might be the weakest. Like in terms of like sheer powers, obviously, and stuff like that. Robin doesn't have any powers, but Robin can beat Beast Boy any day of the week. Like if we're being real about it. So now I let me show y'all some of the other ones. So obviously the first one I did was Robin. So we got his character model here. And then the second one was Cyborg. Had a lot of fun with him. The third one was Star. No, the third one was Raven. And Raven gave me some issues at first, but I think I cleaned her up really well. I love how this model came out. It's one of my favorite. It might be like either my favorite or second favorite out of all the Titans that I made. Starfire I did last week. She needs a little bit of cleaning up, but I think overall the model came out nice. And then lastly, today I have to do Beast Boy. So I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. And I'm gonna go file, new, and then as always, let me go 1080 by 1350. And that's what all the other Titans are at. It's like a 8 by 10 kind of dimension. And that's what I like to draw my characters at. And that keeps them all consistent, even though some are like a little bit longer. Starfire, she's supposed to be a little bit longer than Robin because she's taller. Same with Cyborg, he'd be pretty tall. Raven, might have made her too tall in all honesty. But you know, it's digital art, I could change the sizes. But so my goal today with Beast Boy is to make great art. But no, Beast Boy, as much as I love him as a character, in terms of designs, I I honestly don't care too much about his design. I don't know if that's a hot take or what, but I feel like in terms of character design, I feel like the least love was given to Beast Boy. Matter of fact, let me pull up that image one more time. Let me have that just as a frame of reference, right? So give me a sec. He looks slightly cooler in this artwork than in the actual show, because in the actual show, his eyes are not green, I don't think. I think they're just black. And that's not that's not good. When you have characters like now Cyborg, his eyes are black too, but he's got a red robot eye on the other side. Raven's eyes are purple, just like the rest of her fit. Robin doesn't really have eyes. He's got like the mask that kind of represents his eyes, and Starfire's got these green eyes. I gotta make these eyes greener, but Beast Boy doesn't really have stuff like that, if that makes sense. And then even his fit, the this now it's more of a hot pink in the in Teen Titans Go, But in like the 2003 version, it's this kind of violet, purplish color, and it's not that vibrant of a color either. Like all the other Titans, especially Robin, has like really vibrant colors. I know this is my rendition of Robin, but he has like bright colors on. Raven's got like a vibrant purple and indigo kind of color for her cloak and stuff like that. Cyborg is one of the most colorful in the group with that blue he's got. And then Starfire is also a very colorful character, but Beast Boy, he's carried by the fact that he's green. If he was a normal, and then obviously his ears are pointy, but and he's got that one sharp tooth that always sticks out, but outside of that, his design's not that great, in my opinion. You know what I mean? He's a cool character, but design wise, he's got to be my least favorite. So what I'm gonna do is try to change him up a bit to one fit my style, and two to make him shine a little bit more and differentiate from him from the other Titans. Because I think he's not really unique in how he's drawn from the other Titans. So I'm gonna explain while I'm going along, but we're gonna start off with the head. And let me just kind of round it out here. I'm already off to a rough start. But my hand feels a little shaky. Am I tripping? Oh wait, no, I think I know what it is. Give me one second. Hopefully I can do this without ending the stream. Also, I already forgot to do one thing. Okay, that popped back up. We're good. But yeah, you always want to go to file, or at least I need to go to file and record time lapse because like otherwise, how do I explain this? You want to go to file record time lapse because otherwise it won't record what you're doing. And there's pros and cons to that. The pro is that, you'll always be able to, yeah, that's better. You'll always be able to see, what you're drawing and stuff like that. The con is that it takes up more memory and space. So, you got to keep that in mind. And I'm making his face a little bit like ovular in a horizontal direction. And mostly that's to like make that kind of grin that he has with that tooth. So I'm just gonna kind of gonna start that off for here. I want him to be a little bit cartoony. I think this is a good start to him too. And I want to kind of have his face come in a little bit. He's kind of looking like Sackboy from Little Big Planet if y'all are familiar. But yeah, almost like a little potato-esque shape if that makes sense. I have like these sketches. You know what? That'll be what I do. I gotta upload these sketches to Patreon. I also have a Patreon for anybody that's interested. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to price everything and the benefits, but that is an option if you do want to support me. I also have like a coffee account if you want to leave a tip or anything like that. But yeah, let me continue. And the nose is kind of gonna be like right here-ish. I already like how this is coming out. And then I kind of had the eyes kind of coming in like this. I need to change the brush size a little bit while I'm at it. You go with a size 10. I need to make his eyes a bit bigger and bring them up a bit. Let me do that. I know in some iterations, I think Beast Boy has like a mask similar to Robin's. I think I'm not gonna do that because I'm trying to mostly pull from the 2003 version, and he did not have a mask. And I know I'm trying to change it up a bit, but I do also want to keep like certain key attributes to him, and I think that's a big thing. Something like that. We might change. Oof, no, I don't like that. We might change it up as I go along, but for right now, this will be a decent start. I think I should like have them at a sharper angle. Let's erase that. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I think that looks really good actually. So hit P, and I want his eyebrows to be a little fuzzy. One thing I didn't like about him is that he's a little too well groomed in the Teen Titans. He's like his name's Beast Boy, so you would expect him to feel a little bit more wild. You know what I mean? Let me square off his chin a little bit and then bring that up here. Yeah, I like how this is going already. I don't want his jaw and everything to be too squared off, but I do want a few kind of sharp edges. And I want his one thing I do like his ears, his pointy ears, that really makes him unique. That's one of his most defining features. In Teen Titans Go, it's kind of a bit more loopy. It's kind of like this right here, I think. But I'm gonna have it mostly triangular and then round it off a bit. That just flows a little bit better to me. So we're getting a decent face. And yeah, for the eyebrows, I want to kind of have them a little bit fuzzy rather than just straight eyebrows, just ever so slightly. And I think that makes him look like a bit more of a beast, you know what I mean? Than a green human. Please tell me I Oh, thank God. I thought I didn't have my volume up when I was talking. I was gonna be very upset. Like I don't even remember doing it, so that's good to know. But yeah, and then I'm gonna bring in the hair and I'm gonna give him like a little widow's peak. And that'll kind of help flow with these kind of triangular shapes I have and just bring the face in a bit. And let's see how I want to do this hair. So I definitely wanted to come up a little bit. And this is looking like Beast Boy so far. And then I want to have let me actually look at the hair. So his hair is kind of short and got has like these kind of spikes, like kind of spiky hair at the top, very anime-esque. And so I'm gonna like have a little part here and then just kind of swoop it a bit, have it like that on this side. Let me go a little bit further down actually. Something like that maybe. I don't know, something about this isn't clicking. Maybe have that looks all right. And then do the same to the opposite side. And that looks kind of wild. Like I want it to be pretty ruffled up here. Maybe if I yeah, I think that's a little bit better. A little spiky and loose, almost Naruto-esque. I think the part kind of helps too. And then just kind of roughly bring that hairline in a bit. And now he looks very boyish and very animalistic. I think I really captured his big grin that he has too. I feel like the wider kind of mouth section helps that. His face is a little bit shorter than the rest for the most part, except for like Cyborg. At least how I drew him. Yeah, even Cyborg's has a bit more length to him, whereas Beast Boys is a bit more wide. But I think that works in all honesty. I might bring his forehead up a little bit, but other than that, I think that's a good start to the face. So yeah, let's keep going. I'm probably gonna shrink his head a little bit to accommodate for the rest of his body. But let's see. I'm gonna just draw the neck a little bit. I don't want his neck to be too thick. Yeah, he kind of looks a bit because he's on the skinnier side. He's a svelte character, kind of like Robin. And I do want to show off that lean physique he has. That's one thing that is very prominent in Beast Boy. You can clearly tell he's a skinnier character. I'm gonna put like this kind of collar that he has on him. Not a collar, but speaking of which, I'll explain that when I get to it. But let's just kind of bring the shoulders out to like maybe here-ish. How do I want to do this? And I think I'll just like simply bring his torso. Let me control T and just shrink it a bit. That'll help me out a lot. And just bring it up to like here. I think if I just kind of triangulate the body a bit, just make like a simple triangular shape, that might help. And then maybe like square off the chest a little bit. Trying to figure out where I want everything to go. I'll make like a little like kind of triangle here. And I don't want his chest to be too broad. Again, he is like he's on the skinnier side. And I genuinely want to capture that as best as possible, but how else do I want to do this? Let's just make like a little tube for his arm, actually. Just so we know they're there. We can always change that up. And we're getting a decent general shape of his body. Is it okay? And I'll just kind of cut that off here. And I want to make these kind of skinny legs. Oof, that's kind of rough. But we're getting there, I guess. And I think he's starting to get this kind of skinny physique that I'm going for. He's kind of got Slender Man going on, very Slender Man vibes. And let me bring him up. And we'll fix this as we go along. This is just a rough sketch, but you hit P. And I'm gonna make some room for like his shoes. Just getting the general form in. It doesn't have to be perfect. And he's a little bit stubby, but I kind of like that. Let me see. And another thing I do like about his original design, let me kind of map out the hands here, like where they should be. The gloves. So he's got like these kind of bulky gloves, and I think those are pretty cool. 'Cause nobody else on the team really has gloves. Like Cyborg has like metal gauntlets, I guess, for the arms, but like no, Robin has gloves, but they're not like these big, like kind of almost utility gloves that Beast Boy has. I don't know. I like them. Like the rest of his outfit is pretty skinny, except for the gloves and like the shoes are pretty thick, or kind of bigger sneakers. So I'm kind of wanting to just map them out right quick. And, we'll fix everything up as we go, but I just want some general features on this character. And one other thing I like about his fit is the belt, or I don't know, something about the belt is weird because it's like a part of his suit. It's not like he could just take it off, I don't think. I think it looks like it's a part of his suit. So we kind of got the general form of Beast Boy right now. And I like how it's kind of concaving in too. But one thing I want to add, let me start a new layer. I want to add a jacket. And why do I want to add a jacket? Well, because like I said, he's a pretty skinny character, but that kind of like the way I have that skin tight suit makes him basic and doesn't really set him too far apart from Robin. So I'm going to just make say like and I don't want it to be like a jacket either. I kind of want it to be, well, no, I want it to be a jacket, but I don't want it to be a hoodie just for the fact that Raven has like a hood on her fit. I still have to add that to Raven, by the way. But yeah, just kind of make something to puff him up a little bit. And then it still shows like the skinny legs that he's got, but it gives him a little bit more character. Let me see. I do it a little bit cooler. Uh, mm, Something about this is not. Matter of fact, let me hit E because I definitely like the jacket, but I feel like I'm not doing it as well as I should be. Yeah, let me bring it downward a bit. Yeah. And this outside part almost acts like or this collar, like literally a collar. I think this is pretty cool. I might even add like because yeah, yeah, I could add to the fact that it's a collar and kind of make it dog like, and I think that would help because I could give him some jewelry, but I don't want to make him too punk like. I anything that'll make him a bit more animalistic though. I want to add. I don't want to add a tail though because I don't think Beast Boy has ever had a tail, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, DC comics are pretty vast, so I'm sure maybe there's one comic where he does, but in most iterations, like animated iterations, he does not. So, I think I made his shoulders a bit too broad, but I think we got a good basic general shape of Beast Boy. So, there's a few things that I might want to change or just kind of switch up a little bit, but I think we're off to a good start here. In fact, let me I did those arms in the wrong layer, but that's fine. Let me go ahead and merge the layers actually. Control E. And I'm just gonna select this. Control T. And considering how fast I got that sketch done, this might not take too long. I mean, it'll still be hours, you know what I mean? This ain't gonna be like a 2 hour stream. That's not happening. You know what I mean? As cool as that would be for me to just be like, hey, I drew this in 2 hours and what it's just not that's not happening. That's not feasible. You can't have I'm not gonna say you can't have a decent drawing in 2 hours. Like depending on what you're making and how you draw, you could definitely 2 hours, depending on what you're drawing, can be either the best drawing or a rushed piece of garbage. Like if I was working in pen and ink and I needed to do like a portrait, and not even then I could do a decent portrait in 2 hours. But heck, I might be able to do a decent portrait quicker than that. But if you ask me to do like a fully rendered digital piece of art in what like 2 hours, that ain't happening. That is so not happening. So yeah, I think with his arms being out a little bit more, that makes a more interesting shape. He looks very cartoony. So yeah, I think that's pretty cool to start. I think it'd also be cool if I just like ripped the jacket a bit. It would make him a bit more punk like, which I'm not going for. But I think it's kind of cool because and it'll kind of go with not Starfire, Raven a bit because she's kind of got this goth aesthetic, but it's not like a punk aesthetic. If he oh geez, if he had like a like punk like features, that might be cool. I don't want to overdo it, but I think him to be a little punk like would really give him some character as opposed to the rest of the Titans. Yeah, I might go with that. I ain't gonna lie to you. Maybe I have a couple like chains or something like that. Regardless, let's proceed. So I'm gonna do a second sketch layer. I might only have to do two, but I like how this is going so far. So I'm kind of walking a tightrope, which I do to an extent with all of the Titans, between deviating and making this my own thing and trying to maintain the integrity of the original character. I think this will work best for Beast Boy because, like I said, no offense to the original Titans Beast Boy, but I ain't gonna lie. Design wise, I like the Teen Titans Go version of Beast Boy, but not even design wise. Beast Boy is just way cooler in Teen Titans Go. He's way cooler of a character. Now, he's awesome in Teen Titans, don't get me wrong, but Teen Titans Go, he is the life of the party. He is an animal. So, but with that being said, I am trying to just somewhat redesign the original character. So yeah, I think the nose is in a decent spot. This is looking good so far. I just kind of want to draw over what I just did. I think the eyes are in a good place. You just kind of try to sharpen them a little bit. I think that'll go with the design a little bit better. And let me add a little bit of line weight to them too. He can have some pretty lashes. Boys have lashes too. I don't want to give him like these kind of girly SpongeBob lashes. That'll make him look way less intimidating and animal-like. But I do want him to, have a little bit of definition to his eyes. I don't like how I did this one, which I can copy and paste it later. I'm definitely gonna copy and paste it later. I'm a little bit weird because I sit here and complain about like using the symmetry tool, but I'll like copy and paste and it's dang near the exact same thing. It's a little bit different because when you manually do it, it's not as exact as like having a genuine mirror, but oof. Okay, see, I'm trying to have him look anime-esque, but not too anime. And if I draw the pupils too big, I don't want the pupils that big. It'll probably help when I actually, in fact, I gotta keep in mind because I made this same mistake with Raven. I need him to look straight ahead. I don't need him to like slightly look up because then I might draw that with the eyes, and I need the pupils to kind of look around. So one thing I actually do need his pupils to be bigger because a lot of animals don't have like dilated, kind of small pupils. They kind of have these. You know what might be cool? You know it might be cool. Let me control D and hit the eraser. If he had like kind of cat-like eyes or like crocodile eyes, that might be a little too creepy, but even if it's like a slight thing, I halfway like it and halfway hate it. it I think I might have drawn this one a little too thin. I think I'll do like a in between where it's like somewhat sharp of an eye, but like not too sharp, like still kind of circular, but a little bit triangular at the same time. I think that'd be pretty cool. I feel like I might be doing a little too much. Something like that. I might change it as I go, but I feel like I might look up because I know some people have like contacts like that. I think where it's like a cat eye. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. I might be mistaken and tripping. Y'all let me know. Okay, it's let's try something else because I think I might be tripping a little bit. Let's round the eyes out. I'm really tripping over these eyes. I could have been like halfway done with this sketch by now, but let's round out the eyes a bit and then give them like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like that. No, I really like that actually. Yeah, yeah, he looks so much more beast like that. Again, we're trying to make him as animalistic as possible. Also, I do want to kind of give him some chops, like some sideburns. I don't want to give him a beard because I want him to still remain kind of childlike, but I also want to give him as many animalistic features as possible. Okay, I think that's actually decent, but let me keep the base layer consistent. Let me not change too much in the base layer. So I'm gonna go back on top and then just I need to look up some sideburns. I would look at my face, but genuinely, I have a full beard. So and I know it's like yeah, it's part of having a full beard, but it's not the same. Okay, so I want to give him some chops. I'm trying to like look up references. So if I don't, but like that can make him look so manly, and I don't. I'm walking a very tight rope right here. I think it coming out like right here works. Yes. I don't want him to have too much Ulysses S. Grant, but like I can't wait to see Ulysses S. Grant pop up in the freaking what's it called? The transcript for this. That'll be funny. Like what's the context? But I think these are some decent looking chops that he's got here. Let me just entertain him with a little beard. Nah, nah. Well, I mean, nah. That makes sense. Especially since his other iterations don't have any form of a beard. I have seen a couple iterations of Beast Boy, if I'm not mistaken, where he does have some sideburns. So, boy, I can't wait to upload this to TikTok. They'll be like, "Yo, this Beast Boy looks so." I really like this Beast Boy already. I think I need to bring that grin down a little bit. Maybe not. I think the chin is right about where it needs to be. And I'm just kind of gonna square this off. He looks so heroic. Let me even kind of give him a little bit more of a nah. Yeah, I think that's a very good like head to Beast Boy. Let me fix that up a bit. Now I think the hair could be a little bit higher up. Let me just map it out like kind of here-ish. And then let's do like this. Yeah. Kind of have it a little bit slight and just ruffled a bit. And I genuinely like that. I really do. I really do. I feel like the part might be a little too deep right there, but eh. Oh man, I'm genuinely, if nothing else, I love the face. Love the face. And he looks so much more animal like. I think that was a good idea. And again, this I'm not trying to draw a one-to-one with with this Beast Boy drawing, and I'm also not trying to deviate too much. I want it to evoke Beast Boy, but I want my own little, style to him. And let me bring in like the back of the hair a little bit. I think that might be pretty cool. And something like that. I was thinking of giving him a fade, but I feel like a fade with like sideburns is kind of, well, I mean, I don't know. I'll just kind of have it so that the hair kind of stops right there. I feel like he still looks a little too well groomed at the top. Maybe the hair should still be like a little bit. I don't know. Something about the hair is like not quite how I want it to be. I think this is a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'm rounding it off a little bit too much too. Like maybe if it were a bit more spiky instead of like flow. Yeah, I think I like that. He again, he's got a slight punk aesthetic by how I'm drawing it. And I think that's a good thing. In fact, let me bring in the hair even a little bit more. Just have like a little lock go down. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. Anytime you can draw a character with like a lock in front of their face, they look that much cooler. Like I'm not gonna. Well, yeah, let me use Raven. Like look at the little bangs that go in front of her hair. Robin's got a few bangs. Starfire got a couple bangs going down. You don't always want to do it, but a few bangs can help. That sounded weird. Did that sound weird? I don't know. Let me bring in these collarbones a little bit, so I kind of know where to map the rest of the body. And again, he's not a jacked character. He's svelte. He's lean. I love that word, svelte. I got it from Code Lyoko. Odd would always say he's svelte when somebody calls him skinny. Also, I would love ain't even know I would love. I'm going to do Code Lyoko at one point. At some point, I'm gonna do a Code Lyoko stream. So I could do that next after the Titans, but or I could do that like 5 years from now. Like, but I definitely plan on doing a Code Lyoko uh stream. I just kind of want to map out where I want like his body to. Let me lighten this up a bit. I think I drew the chest a little too. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. Okay, yeah, I think I drew the chest a little far down. Yeah, this seems like more like a teenager's kind of chest. They wouldn't be too jacked, too defined. Especially Beast Boy. Like I said, he's not too jacked. I'm just kind of trying to map out where everything would be. Six pack would kind of or abs. I'm not trying to give him like a six pack or anything like that. Feel like Robin would have one. I honestly I feel like all of the Titans would kind of have some form of abs or a six pack, but yeah, he's not gonna be this defined in like the final product. I kind of want to make him somewhat like a skinny kind of twink kind of character. Let's see. I really like how he's like standing too. I'm really glazing my own work. I'll have to remember that this is an animation though, so I'll probably have to like bring the torso to like here ish. Oh, while I'm doing this, before I screw anything up, let me hit Control S to save. And especially when you are, give me a sec, Beast Boy. I'm gonna just call it Boy drawing, but especially when you have the time lapse recorded, and I say this every stream, it's very important. You always want to save because at any given point, your computer might shut down, especially if it's not charging, which I do have my laptop unplugged. So, you know, it's like collecting like 10 Pokemon and then all of a sudden your system just crashes. Did my screen get dimmer? Gosh. But yeah, let me bring that down a little bit more. Let's see. See, now I'm kind of not messed up, but this is good though. Let's see. Kind of belt should be like right here-ish. I think I want to make this not circular. The like the middle of the belt, maybe make some kind of a emblem or maybe even like maybe even give it like a little smiley with like a nah. Maybe I'll keep it simple. I want something beast like right here, and maybe it has some horns or something like that. Maybe like some cat ears, or maybe even a dinosaur. Beast Boy transforms into a dinosaur a lot, and then I can just kind of do this belt like that. Beast Boy's belt is weird because again, it's seemingly a part of his fit, which I think is a cool thing, but it looks kind of weird. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, let's see, and then we can bring in that body a bit, and then we'll say put the legs right here, and this is gonna be somewhat difficult because I want to keep those kind of skinny legs, but I also want to have like a little bit of definition to them. I also want to give him some padding. I think some padding, kind of like some like if it was like an Under Armour type of fit to where I'm trying to see how best to explain this. Like compression pants. Like if he had like some compression pants, I think that'd be pretty dope. For him to look a little bit athletic, I think he's gonna be the most modern looking of my Titans. for the fact that he's Beast Boy's got some swag to him. You know, it don't matter what Teen Titans iteration, or at least the between or 2003 Teen Titans and Teen Titans Go. He's got some swag to him. Also, fun fact for those that didn't know, Beast Boy is vegetarian. I thought I'd bring that up. It's one of his kind of cool traits. I don't know. It also makes him unique from everybody else. Because in the show, you know, he'll be having something like some soy milk or something like that. He'll have like tofu. He loves tofu. I didn't, and then you know, as a kid, I'm sitting there like, what is that? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, and they made it in any cartoon, they make tofu out to be like the worst thing ever. But um, fun fact, I am vegan. If anybody didn't know that, that's probably the only time I'll mention it in stream or just in general. But I think it was always weird and cool to me that Beast Boy was like a vegetarian because that was like the only character I don't think before that point I even knew what a vegetarian was. And his reasoning is cool too. He's like, you know, he transforms into a lot of animals. So to him it's somewhat cannibalistic to eat any of the animals. He has on occasion at least once eaten meat though. He was very out of character that episode, but he has on occasion um eaten meat. But usually he's very out by it. And once he came back to normal, he was like, "Ugh," like his mind immediately went, "Ugh, I really did that." So, and I think we got his nice kind of lean physique captured pretty well. I think having somewhat of like a compression kind of clothes is gonna work pretty well. And I think the bulky gloves will be a nice little juxtaposition here to like the other like skinny attributes of him. I think that'll capture that essence of the character pretty well. Let me just kind of bring the knuckle in a little bit. They do that in cartoons a lot. They'll have like one prominent, like the index finger being like a huge knuckle, and then everything else is just a fist. I don't know. It's weird. I kind of see why they do that, but it's like it's still always been weird to me. And then he's got like these little, you know, like I said, these are kind of like heavy duty esque gloves that he's got on. I think that's one very unique feature of his design. And he looks different already, like very drastically different from the Teen Titan, like the 2003 version and the Teen Titans Go version. But I think that's pretty cool. And you know, I think I might even give him a few like of the kind of spikes along the glove maybe. I don't think I like that. I think the spikes are already going to be enough on like the collar. But I think that's the only thing I want to like cuz I'm trying again, I'm trying my best not to deviate too much. But I think we're getting somewhere here. Okay, for his shoes. He's kind of got like these. Give me a sec. 'Cause I'm trying to explain. I guess they're kind of like these high tops. They remind me of. I'm not the biggest sneakerhead at all, so but they kind of remind me of some Jordans. I got. I don't even know the specific type of Jordans, but they remind me of some Jordans. And we can kind of sharpen out the tongue of the shoe, and we'll kind of have his feet come out a little bit. I think that's another cool thing about his design were the shoes. Nobody else. Raven's shoes are like what even are those? Starfire's got some nice little boots, but Beast Boy's got like straight up sneakers. Robin's got like these steel toed. Nah, that's Raven. Rob Robin's got these like steel-toed boots, and Cyborg has these just steel feet. Like Cyborg's yeah, I'm just gonna move this over. Cyborg's shoes are pretty much his feet. So yeah. Speaking of Cyborg, that kind of brings me to like some race stuff with like Beast Boy. So I don't think Beast Boy has like a defined race per se. Well, he might be white. I don't know. But he's one of those characters that can really be like anything because a lot of the time, and I'm going to say especially black people, it happens a lot with black people. You'll kind of associate a certain character with a certain race. So they say Knuckles from Sonic, for example. He's not black. He's not at all black. But people see him as black because he just has a certain swag about him. There's certain things he does that, and even the way his hair is resembles like dreads and things like that. So they attribute these almost stereotypes, sometimes stereotypes, to being black, and they see the character as black, and I think that's not an inherently bad thing. In fact, I think that's a really good thing that people see themselves in the character despite the character not even being their same skin tone. But I think it's good that Beast Boy is racially ambiguous in a sense that you don't really know what he is under that green skin. He might just literally be green. Like if you took his powers away, he might just be green. But I want to keep those same things that make him appear or feel black, right? And part of that is his swag. So I think this punk aesthetic and kind of the almost like fade I got going on kind of fit, but he still has like the loose, spiky hair to make it feel like he could also be of European descent. You know what I mean? He's green. It doesn't really matter what his race is, but those are things that I like to keep in mind. I'm a black artist, you know. I think inclusivity and diversity do matter, but I don't want to like force it. There are things that I keep in mind, but things that I don't want to force. One thing I'm not gonna do is make like literally make Beast Boy black. I think that would take away from one the fact that he's green, and two the fact like his ambiguousness makes him that much more interesting. I feel like. So I'm not gonna give him like nappy hair or stuff, which I could do. I wouldn't be against him having like dreads. I think that would be cool, but I'm not gonna do it. If somebody did want to make like Beast Boy with dreads, I would not be opposed to that. And in all honesty, I'm not opposed to like race swapping, quote unquote, either. I feel like sometimes it's done in a lot of times it's done in bad taste though. I cannot get this one part to save my life. But yeah, I feel like certain characters, like in the Friendly Neighborhood show, and I might have mentioned this in another stream, but if you've ever seen Friendly Neighborhood, the Spider-Man series they have on Disney Plus, I feel like race swapping in that show was handled pretty well because, you know, Spider-Man traditionally has not had really any black representation like in the early comics because it's an early comic, you know. But I think with something that has like a multiverse to it, where characters can be all sorts of different versions of themselves, I think that's one of the perfect times to say, hey, it would be interesting if we made, you know, Harry and um Dr. Osborne, you know, black characters. And it kind of fit those two, especially with the waves that that Harry has on him, but I feel like sometimes it is unnecessary though. I know I kind of went on a whole tangent just then, but and I'm probably gonna do that a lot in these streams, just talk about race because it's important. it's part of what makes the the character. And I think to an extent, those things don't matter, but also they matter a lot. You know what I mean? It's like I like again, I'm gonna repeat that I think they matter, but they don't matter a lot, but they matter a lot at the same time. I say as I draw a green character that can turn into animals. You know what I mean? This whole philosophical tangent about freaking race while I'm drawing freaking Beast Boy from Teen Titans. But yeah, I'm gonna do this jacket in another layer, and then I'm gonna like, I think I wanna, to keep up with the punk aesthetic, I'm gonna like ruffle the um the outside of it. I'm gonna make them sleeveless. Punk Beast Boy, man. And again, I don't want to go too heavy on that punk aesthetic, but I think it looks so interesting now. And maybe not even have spikes, but just have like these little kind of metal portions. And again, I think that'll go good with Raven's kind of goth girl aesthetic. Because, you know, at certain points in the Teen Titan, those two get along pretty well, if you know what I if you know what I mean. Um Beast Boy gets along pretty well with Terra, but you know, Terra ain't always there, you feel me? But Raven is. So for the most part, I think this looks decent. I think the proportions are a little bit off, especially like the legs. I think the legs could be a little bit bigger. Let me like collapse these into like one solid sketch. And I'm gonna get the legs. Matter of fact, let me hold on. Let me copy this layer just in case I need them in separate folders. And then I'm gonna just turn them off. But yeah, I'm gonna just get these legs and make them a little bit bigger. So let me see where in fact, I don't even think I need to make them bigger per se. I think if I just stretch them out. So I'm gonna hit Control T. I think that'll bring me to free transform. No, it did not. Okay, let me go to edit transform and then hit free transform. And now that should let me do it. Yeah, that'll let me stretch it out. And I don't really need him to have like too long of legs. Maybe like right there-ish. I don't know. I feel like half of me does like, because he definitely, I might keep the legs that length. I don't know. I like it. He feels a little bit stubby because Beast Boy is the shortest character. Robin is pretty short, but Beast Boy is the shortest. Like Raven, Starfire especially, they're both taller than him. I'm pretty sure Robin is also taller than Beast Boy. I don't think Beast Boy gets as much flack for it as Robin does because Robin's the leader and he's so serious. But if I'm not mistaken, Beast Boy is the shortest. So so far, so good, man. So far, so good. We're not even an hour into the stream, and I made a lot of good headway. I can't wait to like outline this, and I might keep the tone of him that he has like in the chest. It kind of shows off his physique pretty well. Let me hit Control D. I'm gonna give it a second, just kind of look at the drawing and compare it to my sketches, but I think for the most part he looks sick. So yeah, I'm gonna mute myself right quick and then just partake in a quick snack and then I'm gonna continue. Right. Okay. So let me. I think the arm is a bit long. Matter of fact, one trick that I like to do is flip it. So let me control T everything. And when you have the layers hidden like that, you want to select them too. Unless, no, even especially if they're locked, because then they just won't move. And then they'll be different from your sketch, and that'll just be a pain. But now he's roughly a little bit more centered, I guess. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and put a center point. So I'm gonna go pull out this guide layer and put it at like 540 because that's the halfway point of the drawing. All right, now I'm gonna select everything again, hit Control T, and then it'll kind of show me where the center is. He's a bit off centered. That's kind of fine. I kind of want him like that. It's part of the reason I don't use the symmetry ruler half the time. But now, what was the purpose of me doing that? 'Cause I genuinely forgot. But let me move him over a bit to like right here. That's about where he's centered, respective to my actual drawing. And I'm just gonna flip this. Yeah, he's centered pretty well actually. Um, I feel like the right arm or his this arm is a little bit longer, and I think that's what's throwing it off. I do like this arm though. So let me flip it again. Yeah, I feel like this arm is definitely done better than the other one. So I'm just going to, how do I want it? Yeah. Let me just merge this, and then I'm gonna Control D and just wrap around the arm. And then I'm gonna shrink it ever so slightly. Let me hit Control T. Let me just bring it in to like right there. Let me go to like 95. I think that's better. So this is the after. This is the before. I think the after looks way better. And so now he's still got like the skinny arm. His arm might be too skinny. Well, I mean, it's kind of supposed to stop right there. Give me a sec. I'm trying to envision this. Let me, because if I, okay, let me. That was just weird. Let me delete this arm just to see how it looks. I think maybe the arm needs to be a little bit bigger. So let me go back to. Let me just shrink it a little bit. I'm gonna just go to like 97 size. That might suffice. Yeah, there's the after, there's before. I think that's about perfect, actually. Might make the glove a little bit bigger, but I think the length of the arm is perfect. Okay, so honestly, yeah, both arms are kind of at a good length now. I think I'm still gonna refer to this arm for the most part, but okay, so now in terms of the jacket, give me a sec. Trying to look up some sleeveless jackets. I would ask y'all if y'all mind, but ain't nobody even in here. Let me see. Sleeveless jackets. And I'm a little surprised at how some of these designs went for some of these characters. So let's see. I think the obvious choice for this would just be like one of those jackets with like the little like almost padded jackets with the I think it's called a puffer vest. because those are usually sleeveless if I'm not mistaken, and they'll fit this. I'm going to I'm gonna just cut across like right here. Let me start that in a new layer and I'll just merge it so it doesn't look too off. Yeah, about 5 little sections. Nah, I feel like that's too many. Let's do it like this. Let's go 1, 2, 3. I think 4 sections is good. Let me go under the shoulders, maybe in the middle of the bicep, and then like that last one. I think that's a solid that's a solid point. Okay. And then just highlight this. Oh, whoops. You just highlight this little kind of collar thingy right there. So, I think a lot is working. I think we're trying a lot of new stuff, and I think a lot of it is working. Should he have a chain like down in this like area? I don't think he should. I feel like I tried a chain with somebody. I think it was Raven. I feel like a chain is a bit heavy on the punk aesthetic. I also feel like that kind of go hard though. The chain kind of go hard. I feel like if I have a chain, I also need an earring. Like maybe I don't, but I feel like since it's off centered, something to I kind of like the chain though. How do I want to do this? I think the chain looked good. I think that's way too heavy on the punk aesthetic, though. I do want it to still be Beast Boy. I think that's dope enough for right now, honestly. So Beast Boy is probably the only one I'm drawing that'll actually come with his mouth. Because it's such a defining feature to his face. Okay, so we're about not even an hour in still, but he was pretty simple to draw. I'm not gonna lie to you. Again, there's not too much to Beast Boy, but he I lost my train of thought. What did I just do? Oh geez, what am I doing? Okay, there we go. I don't think y'all could saw what just happened, but I kind of messed something up. But now I have to actually outline it, which I'm not mentally prepared to do. But I know the stream is rolling, so let me just stretch a little bit. Let me actually stand up. Oh my gosh. Oof, I know I'm just drawing and just kind of sitting in the chair and not doing like any manual labor per se, but when you're constantly sitting down for hours, you genuinely need to like move around. It's good for you. Okay. 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 Trying to think of how I want to do this. I'm genuinely trying to think of how I want to do this. So, okay. Let's just start mapping everything out. I can tell I didn't had too much caffeine. We are going to do a new vector layer. Okay. And Let me, what is this, the jacket, right? Oh, wait, I was supposed to put these in a, let me merge these layers actually. And this will be our underlayer. Man, I'm already tired. But, but let's see how I want to do this. Let me see how it looks from both sides too. Halfway decent. So, let's go with a size 15 brush. And we're gonna start the fit. This is our always the kind of mentally taxing part because this is like where everything can go wrong and everything can go right at the same time. All right, so let me just stop complaining. I'm gonna get my wrong brush. I'm gonna get my G pen, hit P, and have the layer locked. And I'm just going to map out the different body parts. So we're gonna start with the face. And I kind of want to get that. This is the wrong brush again. I hate it here. I know I just had the brush selected. What even happened? We're gonna I'm gonna hit a size 15 and I'm gonna go like down here and wrap that around to I feel like I might have botched that. Yeah, I feel like I botched that. Let's try to let's try that again. I'm gonna go from like this is hard. Here to about here and then just stop at the chin maybe and then go from like here. I might have went too deep with that one. Let's start from like right about here-ish. Decent start. Let me control T and try to like rotate that a little bit. Maybe that'll help. And I'm gonna even enlarge it a little bit. Bring it down a peg. Is it okay with that? I'm like genuinely trying to like debate if I like that or not. Let me lower the let me lower the transparency a bit. I think that might help. I think also the fact that I have the face so like thick in terms of line weight might be taken away from that. I mean, everybody else's is kind of thick in terms of line weight too. I really love how I did Raven, but oof. I think I should redraw this the line. Let me save this this section right here, but I don't think I did well enough on that to constitute me keeping that part. Let me see how I wanna right about here to here-ish, square it off, and then just continue it like right here to here-ish. And that's a little off, but I kind of like that it's a little off, you know? I don't know, I'm kind of rocking with that actually. Let me do the ears. So like here to here, and then also here to here. And it again, the face is kind of asymmetrical, but I kind of like that. So we'll keep it. Let's see how I want to do the head. So the head, we're gonna kind of bring it in. Let me thicken that right about there. Yeah, bring that in. Stop it like right here. And that'll be like the top of the head. We're gonna draw that separate from the hair. And then we're going to let me go with a smaller brush, maybe size 10. And we're just going to how do I want to do this? We're gonna give him that like widow's peak, right? Oh, jeez. Let me turn this off. We're gonna we're gonna give him this widow's peak right here. Bring it over to here. I'm trying to see because I want that kind of part to be right here. How should I handle this? I feel like I'm botching this right now, but I mean, if this is the base of the head, then technically a part wouldn't just like trying to figure out how I want to do this. Bro looks like bro looks like a freaking scroll or something from Marvel, but yeah, let me just kind of bring in these little edges a bit. I think that looks pretty cool, actually. Yeah, yeah, I think that's pretty cool. And this counts as his hair, but it's also a part of his like actual face, if that makes sense. This won't be animated independent of the rest of his body. Oh jeez. I hate that it's doing that. Let me see how I want to do this. Let me select this and I'll just like, can I delete a point? No, well, I mean, I'm sure I can, but I don't know how to do it. So I'm just gonna wrap it around this away. Oh my gosh, how did that happen? There we go. There we go. The beauty of digital art, dog. So yeah, that'll kind of be the start of this phase. Let's hit E. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So now let me debate if I should do the hair next. I think I should do the actual. Yeah, let me do the actual like face. Let me put all this in one separate layer. I'm gonna call this the head. Or no, no, I'm gonna call this the face actually. This is a lot. This is genuinely a lot. And then I didn't even put the sideburns on there either. How do I want to incorporate? I didn't even think about how I'm gonna incorporate the sideburns. Technically, they could just be a part of the hair. Yeah, I think that'll be the easier way to do this. Definitely, definitely. Whew, take a sip of this drink. Okay. Now, let me check on the stream while I'm at it. See if anybody done popped in or out of here in a minute. Well, somebody came in earlier. Let's see. All right, so what's next? Oof. The eyes or the eyebrows? Let me do the eyes. Why am I thinking so hard about this? Let me do the eyes. Making the executive decision right now. Maybe a size 15 brush. I already don't like that. Let me lower the size to like 12. I want some quick, confident brush strokes. I think that's a uh, um almost perfect. I don't like that last one that I did. Let me try my best to like get it from like big to small. Let me just change the brush size again. I think that's the big issue. Oh, okay. I think that's tough. I think that's pretty tough actually. Yeah, 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 yeah. That's dope. That's dope. That's dope. So that'll be one of the eyes. I don't think it needs that. I'm trying to figure out, should I like bring this in a little bit? Nah, I'll just leave it as is. So there's the eye, which I'll probably put in its own separate layer. And let me do the pupil. Let's go with a size 8. And then we're just gonna draw one solid ramp seat. I was gonna ask if I did a round solid eye for these characters, but I know I drew the eyes for the characters. Okay, if I drew Cyborg's eye, that is a pretty well drawn eye. But I know for Ravens, I drew them out, and they have this nice little shape to them. Okay, let's go back to my brush. I probably should have like I don't like how I did that one. Like I kind of do and kind of don't at the same time. Let I feel like I should have made him bigger. Yeah, I definitely should have made him bigger. Let me see something. So that'll make it a lot easier for me to draw than what I mean, he's at a decent size. Let me control T and then just right about there. And that's very slight, but it definitely helps. Let me push him back towards the middle. All right, all right. Let's get it. So trying to figure out how I want to do this. Oh yeah, I'm drawing the eye. Okay, so let me hit P and go with the size 8 again. I think I'm starting too close to the and this doesn't have to be like a perfect circle, but I want it to yeah, there we go. Just be really nice and round. Whoops. Let me rotate it a bit so that the top will be like, ah, jeez. I don't like how I did that. You know what? That's probably fine. Oh, okay. So let me. What did I do? Okay, here we go. See, this part is gonna be kind of tough because it's legit just one brush stroke. Unless I'm really botching this operation. Uh, okay, this is gonna bother me. So I feel like I should make this bigger and then shrink it. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's like right there. That might be straight for right now. I'll let it rock and then I'll fix it later. I didn't spend I didn't spend too much time working on this dang eye. I might spend even more time on it later, but matter of fact, I got an idea. Let me just go ahead and do that right now. Let me control X, control okay, well it's all in the same layer actually. Yeah, let me control V that. Let me bring it off to the side. Increase the size. All right, let me zoom in. I don't even know what size this is at right now. But let me see how I'm gonna do this. I need to keep it kind of consistent. It's about at a size 20. So let me go about what was it like 19.3 on my brush. I think that's better. All right, now I'm gonna bring this back over. Or matter of fact, let me just see. Let me just copy that. And then I'm gonna bring that back over and then control T and just shrink it down a bit so that it fits within that eye cavity. And we got ourselves a daggone eye. I think. It's something like that. I feel like that size is actually pretty decent. I feel like it also made it look a little bit cleaner. I don't know, but I feel like that's straight for the eye. Oh, oh, freak. I might make his eyes yellow also. I feel like a lot of like reptiles and cats with those type of eyes have like yellow. I might be mistaken on that one. Let me see. I mean, there are some green cat eyes, I guess. Give me a sec. I don't know. I think the yellow might work. Maybe a greenish yellow. It's gonna be a little off just for the fact that Beast Boy doesn't otherwise have much of any yellow in his design. But anywho, let's. Okay, so that's his pupil, and we'll be able to like move the pupil around. He can like look around. I think it's good, and I think the snake eye kind of fits with the whole punk aesthetic. Okay, so now let me name this pupil actually. All right, so now I actually want to duplicate it too while I'm at it. And then I'm gonna edit, transform, flip horizontal. What? Oh, I didn't do that right. Okay. I could put these in the same. That's not gonna work. So I'm gonna put these in a folder, and I'm gonna name it I, and then hit Control J and edit, transform, flip horizontal. Ooh. No, the eyes are sick. Oh, I already love this Beast Boy. We cooking. We cooking. Yeah, I think the snake eyes really set it off. He's an animal, bro. I love it. I love it. I'm so glad. I was the most excited to put my own spin on Beast Boy because like I said, Beast Boy, he ain't my favorite. Or I ain't gonna say he ain't my favorite Titan, but in terms of like design, his design is one of my least favorites. I think his powers are amazing. The fact that he can turn into pretty much any animal, I guarantee you that's where like they probably had some inspiration from Ben 10 from Beast Boy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Or at least like the studio. Cause I'm sure the concept was the concept was already there, but since they got to animate Beast Boy and stuff like that, they were like, oh yeah, this Ben 10 cat. We can do we can do this pretty well. Let's see. Let's start the eyebrow. I really just be rambling during these streams. Hopefully somebody pops in this stream. That'd be dope. Okay, let's go with a size. Trying to figure out which eyebrow that I drew that I definitely like the left one better. Okay, so I'm gonna go with a size 12 on this brush. I feel like I went way too straight with that one. I feel like this brush, let me back out a bit. Let me back out a bit. Uh, that's doable. Let me go to size 8. Let's see how that looks. Uh, I feel like that's a little too rough looking. Let's try it like this. I want it to be somewhat subtle. I think I genuinely made the eyebrow a little too thick, or the line weight for it a little too thick. I kind of like that a bit better. I feel like it's going out too far. I feel like that's it. I think that's a little bit better actually. I still think the line weight is a bit too thick, at least when it comes in. So like, let me like thin it out a bit and then come up. So let's see. This is where I'm getting nitpicky, cause this is where I'm getting like very nitpicky. Cause let me see. I want it to come up like that. I think that's about perfect. And then if I like just come up and come back down, I feel like that's way too subtle now. Let me see something. Like maybe that. I kind of like that a little bit better. I think it's starting to get somewhere. I would say chat is that it, but chat is non-existent. So something, something about this is not. Because now I feel like it's too thin. I don't know, fam. I'm gonna just make this a little bit thinner because I think that I think it actually is like kind of bothering me that it's not. I think that might work. I'm kind of feeling that. I feel like we're getting there. I feel like it's not. I'm really being nitpicky. I know, but I don't know something. Ain't nobody here anyway, so I could be I could be as nitpicky as I want to. But there we go. That's about perfect. Let me like maybe raise it up just ever so slightly. And maybe this right here a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it. Let me increase the line weight around the edge. And then I think we're good. Yeah, like a size 9 maybe. I think I can go up like one more. Yeah, he looks so cool. Like that's Beast Boy has like this swag about him, but he wasn't like the coolest looking. His design was very I don't know, he just looked like the kid. He's like the little boy of the group. But this is like he's getting somewhere. Like the eyes are setting it off. And I like I said in a previous stream, I want to say, the the face gives the most character. And if you can nail in the face, everything else is kind of just there. But I think that's one big thing I didn't like about Beast Boy is that like the he the face wasn't there. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, I'm liking this. Punk Beast Boy fam. This is this is peak design right here. Um, I think this will go well with the audience too. Let me see something. I feel like I did something just then that I wouldn't. Oh wait, I didn't change that layer name actually. I changed the layer name to nothing. That's funny. Let me change this to eyebrows. And I'm gonna just let me see. I didn't duplicate it, right? Yeah, cool. Let me hit Control J. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. I just want it roughly over this other eye. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. It looks so cool. I'll drink to that. I'm not drinking, by the way. I promise you, I have tea. I probably wouldn't have clarified that. I probably still would have, but the fact I know for a fact YouTube and or Twitch is gonna be like, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You drinking what now? It's tea, Twitch, I swear. Not like you could see me anyway, but I could genuinely be drinking right now and y'all wouldn't know the difference, but I promise you I'm not. Okay. Trying to think of how this is gonna go. I still didn't do the chop. Well, actually, I could do that with the hair. I was gonna say I didn't do like the chops, the sideburns, but it's fine. It's fine. So this is pretty much going to be the head. So let me label this folder head. And now that I've drawn the head, I can lower the opacity and I can go on to. No, I cannot because I need to draw the rest of the face. I'm tripping. Let me merge the layer with the eyebrows and then I'm going to turn up the brightness. Okay, so the nose. I think the nose is pretty self-explanatory, and I probably won't have to do much with this, but I want to have it still kind of triangular. I think that looks good. And then just draw these little nostrils, you know? Yeah, it ain't gotta be perfect. I think that left nostril is a bit big though. I think that looks fine. Yeah, I could probably move it around a little bit, but I think that's fine. Uh, Let me put this with the face actually. I could always change it later, but okay, okay, okay. That's a dope looking Beast Boy dog. All right, now let me stop glazing and well, I'm gonna do the mouth in a separate layer because when I'm animating, I know full well the mouth is gonna be. I feel like the face might be a little short for No, that'll be fine. Because I was gonna say the mouth animation might be a little off, but it should be fine. All right, so let me go ahead and just make this simple, not too complex. Want to give him a little bit of a grin, like right about to there, and then have that tooth kind of come up through there. Think I can connect it a little bit better, but other than that, yeah. It's not too sharp, which I think can fit since he's vegetarian. Like, most herbivores don't have like super sharp teeth, but it is a sharp tooth. Let me go with a size 10 and then just bring that up a bit. That's a bit of a big tooth. Again, I feel like this really fits his punk aesthetic. I feel like they might even wanted to give him punk aesthetic in the show, but it just might not have fit. But this is my freaking Beast Boy, so I can do whatever I want with him. I think Punk Beast Boy is where it's at. Again, I don't want him to be too punk like, but I think that would definitely aid in his design. Like I made that tooth way too big. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like it's way too prominent. Let me look. Ah, he doesn't do it in the thing. I feel like his mouth is a little too like it kind of works that it goes down like that. Let me see how that would look rotated a bit. What? think I like it. I definitely like it like that. I like that he's kind of grinning upward like that. I think it's fine. I think it's fine for the most part. It's not that deep. Let me put that little bottom lip. I think we're good for the most part. Yeah, I'll leave it as is for right now. Whew. But yeah, the face is coming together. We just need to do the hair. I think for the hair I'll go back to the size 12 that I had. Give me a sec. I'm trying to like I'm trying to envision how this is gonna go. Let me control S. I haven't saved in a bit. Whew. This is work. This is genuinely work, fam. Yeah, this is a dope beast, boy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Okay, okay. What is this? Oh, okay. This was the other version of the head. Okay, okay, okay. Let me start a new vector layer. Go in with my size 12 brush, and I'm just gonna draw the hair. Yeah, I done already botched that. Yeah, I feel like that's way too big of a brush. Let's go with a size 10. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this, but I feel like I was doing pretty well actually. Let's. I'm real deal trying to figure out how I want to do this. Mm. Okay, 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 okay. So let me bring this in a bit, kind of like that there, and then I'm trying to figure out how I want to bring this all in. I could. I'm probably just gonna color it. Like this will be one that I have to like. I don't know, dude. I'll just leave it right there. I like the smoothness slash like spikiness of it. It's kind of curly and wavy and spiky all at the same time. I don't know if I'll keep it like that. No, it fits actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't want to change too much. You kind of want to keep it a bit organic. But the face is done. Oh, great. I got another bot. But yeah, dude, the face is there. The face is facing. Now I gotta do like the rest of the body and stuff, but did I bring in another snack? Please tell me I got another snack. I don't think I brought another snack. That's fine. No, wait, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna munch on a quick snack right quick, and then I'm gonna continue what I was doing. So let me mute myself right quick. Okay, I was kind of in the zone there. But let's see. How I've separated the rest of the Titans. I had like I did the head as one thing. I did the neck as one thing, and I did the torso as one thing, and the arms and the legs. So neck, torso, arms, legs. And in this case, I don't think I need to separate the shoes. I might, but for half of this cast, I didn't separate their shoes. Well, actually, no, I've only animated like two of these Jokers so far, so trying to think of how I want to do this. Halfway don't. But ah I mean the obvious thing to do next is the neck. So let me go with a size 12, hit control S. And let me reference my other Titans right quick. So say with Raven. Oh man, oh dang, I did her justice. Like bro, her face is so pretty. Like and she's just so nonchalant looking. Y'all can't tell me nothing. I cut up with Raven. Raven might be my favorite one out of the like once I actually do her cloak, y'all can't tell me nothing, fam. I think that's fair though. Because why? Okay, I was talking about their eyes. That's why I was. Why am I zoomed in on everybody? But yeah, say for like Robin, right? Okay, his neck portion was pretty dark, so I really didn't have to cover it like that. Ravens was also dark, but it looked weird. It wasn't dark enough, I guess. So I had to like there's still like an outline here somewhere. Well, shoot, screw it. But there was like an outline here somewhere. Starfire also had like a let me see if I could show y'all. You see how like it's one line, like the black line is okay, it was a black it's all one thing, but it's covered by like another thing. Uh, anyway, that's pretty much how I'm gonna do it for Beast Boy. Man, my Beast Boy is so cool. Y'all, they ain't got nothing on my Beast Boy. They ain't got nothing on my Beast Boy. But let's see. I'm gonna go to size 12, and this is where stuff is gonna start. I mean, it's already started to overlap, but this is where it's gonna start to overlap more. Let me see. I'm gonna label this hair and put this in a separate. Why is it being weird? Okay, hair, and I'm gonna put that in a separate folder. And the reason I have the hair separate from the head, if any of you care, is for the fact that dang, what was I gonna say? Yeah. The like the animation of it, I needed to I'm trying my best to figure out a way to explain this, but like I need the what am I trying to say? I genuinely don't know what I'm trying to say. I need oh my gosh. Okay, let me restart. I have the hair in a separate layer so that I can animate it independently from the head. Sometimes you got to take a step back and hear what the flip you got to say. But yeah. So let's go with the neck. And yes, that is what she said. If there was a she. But let's see. We're just gonna I think I'm gonna have it go like straight downward and then just kind of curve inward like that. Oof. I feel like I'm making this look weird. And I know it's a weird looking neck, but say I why did I draw this with the hair? gosh, bro. Let me control X, and then I'm gonna. I said that hard, but then give me a sec. Let me start a new layer under the head and the hair. I'm gonna control V and say, I lower the opacity and all that, and then you can kind of see. First off, I have this way off center, but you can see the neck's just kind of How do I want to explain this? Yeah, let me hit the head right quick, and then I can like rotate it. Okay, the hair's not moving with it. Let me hit cancel. Okay, now if I would, oh my gosh, dude. Now if I were to rotate, you can see how it like rotates around that kind of neck area. Still not perfect by any means. I need to like round it out a bit more. I mean, there's only so round and mug can get before it just looks awkward anyway. But in fact, oh shoot, let me see. If I like rotate, yeah, if I rotate it like that around that point, then it's fine. That's actually perfect. I gotta keep that in mind. I think I messed something up. Yeah, yeah, I definitely messed something up. Okay, yeah, all right. I think the neck needs to be moved over a bit as well. It's off centered. And this ain't gonna be perfectly centered by any means, just for the fact that I didn't make it completely symmetrical anyway. But I want everything to kind of meet where the nose is. That's almost like the perfect center point. So, whew. Okay, gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the rest of this. But yeah, and then I'm gonna. How am I gonna do this? Oh, jeez. Let me hit P, and then I'm gonna wrap this around. Oh no, I think that was pretty good actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wrap this around like that. And now we got the neck portion in there. So we got the head to the neck. Trying to think of how I want to do this. Oh, okay. Let me bring this up. I might need to make his head smaller actually, but we'll worry about that in a second. Now is the part where I draw his body. I don't want to. Let me see something actually. Why did I draw Raven with a symmetry, bro? Because I like it looked good though. Anyways, uh, trying to figure out how I want to do this. Okay, here's the folder. I'm gonna put this in the folder, and I'm gonna label this the neck. I gotta remember to practice good posture because I be slouching so hard. It don't even be slouching. I was gonna say genuinely be bent over, but that wouldn't go. That wouldn't sound right. Hmm. How do I want to handle this? Feel like there's something. No, there's a couple things I need to change about the actual hair to this, but man, I've done a whole lot of nothing right now. Let's see. Okay, let's just go for it and map out the body. So Yeah, this is the middle of the chest, right? The middle of the chest be like right here. And then this will come down to here. This will come down to here. You feel me? Like I want it to be symmetrical and not symmetrical at the same time. Like it's really tempting to turn on that symmetry brush, but uh let's say because I do need this right here and this right here. Let me actually like bring this in over here and this over here. Okay. I need like some rulers for this. Okay, so they meet man, I'm good at this. They need to meet like right about there-ish. Um Let me see something. Let me delete that. I'm gonna copy this, Control C, and put it in a different layer. Flip it horizontal. It almost makes him look like he's got boobs or something. Uh, I mean that's not bad. It's not bad by any means, but I might have to change it later. Yeah, apply the transformation. Okay. So now go to size 15 and bring that on in right her, on down to her. That should be good for the most part. I made him very lanky. It's pretty funny actually. Let me bring this in a bit. I probably should have drawn the other one first before I did that. I might take that back. Let me see. I'm gonna have to like okay. I gotta keep in mind. Hold on, let me flip this right quick. Edit, transform, flip horizontal. And then I'm gonna put it like right about there-ish. And again, it's pretty off-centered, which is not it's not entirely a bad thing. What did I just do? Oh geez. Oh geez, Rick. Mm, Let me see. I'm gonna try to get it like right to where the other one is in terms of like spacing, maybe a little bit further. I think that's a decent looking body though. Oh geez, what did I just do? Oh no. Okay, there we go. Let me all I did was rotate that one. And for like right here in the middle, I can probably clean that up, but I'm just trying to get a general feel for it right now. Trying to figure out how I want to handle this whole torso. I mean, so far it's looking pretty good, but whew, I'm already tired. I'm tired than a mug. I'm really just over here complaining. I think I really need to stop being so focused on having it about perfect because I'm gonna go up and like clean it up later and just got get like the general design of it. I would take a lunch, but I like it way better when I lunch after the outlines. That makes me kind of lock in a bit. Whew. Okay. I drank a whole cup of coffee and some black tea, and I'm still over here yawning, dude. Okay, so how do I wanna first off, I don't think this bottom part is working. So let me delete that. Now, what I will turn this symmetry brush on for, let me emerge these layers right quick because I can always unmerge them. What I will use my symmetry brush for, symmetry ruler, my bad, is the belt because that's not an organic thing and it doesn't contour to his body for real. So where's my ruler? Okay, yeah, yeah. Let me go with my symmetry ruler and then I'm gonna just go like right here. Oof, I don't think that's perfect. I think that's perfect. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I got my symmetry ruler right there. I'm gonna duplicate this layer just in case I need it again, but oh, wait a minute. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. Ah, I made a mistake there. I made because I put it in the same layer. So let me delete that. I did not need it there. Delete. Yeah, now I just have the symmetry ruler, which can I delete this mod? Oh my gosh. Dang, can I not turn it off? Yeah, delete ruler. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Now, let me see if I can remember what I was doing. Um, I don't. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I swear I'm sober. But let's see. Trying to figure out how I want to handle this. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, okay. So this is the belt. So we're gonna go in. See, for this one, I want it to be like how do I want this to be? Because I don't want it to be like a normal belt. Oh, you know what? You know what? You know what might be better? You know what might actually be better? If there were either chains around the belt, or like if it was a belt chain, or if it was like if it had like the collar aesthetic. Because I really want him to be different from the other Titans, and the other Titans have like this. Let me see. Starfire didn't have like a star on the belt, but she had like you see how her belt's just kind of you feel me? Um Raven's belt is like these kind of diamond shapes, which I think was good. So, Cyborg doesn't really have a belt. He just has like that kind of metal plating. And Robin's belt is like completely circular. So I think if Beast Boy had a different kind of belt, like it could be an actual belt. I think I was thinking of that too, like having maybe not a. I ain't giving him a Gucci belt, but actual like fashionable belt. I think would help, especially with this design. So let me see. I think the chains would be nice though. Have I had a chain belt before? Ah, oof, oof. I'm I'm genuinely trying to like ah I could do see if I did a belt with the chains though, like one that'd be pretty complicated, and then I'd have to animate it. So we're not gonna do that. But we'll let me see if I could actually make a belt out of chains. Can you do that for me, Derek? Let me go to size 10 on this. And then if I like bring it into the middle, maybe. I feel like chains would also aid in that kind of beast design I'm going for, that kind of beast aesthetic. Like, yeah, like if he was kind of like chained like a lion, which lions aren't usually chained up even in zoos, unless it's like a circus or something like that. I'm genuinely trying to like figure out how I want to do that. I feel like chains would help this design. I might look up like a dog because I feel like dogs are usually chained up. Let me see something. If I do it like that and then have this come out like that and then do one more like this. Hey, and I don't look too bad. There are certain things I don't like about it though. One, I don't think it looks big enough. That's the first thing. It's definitely symmetrical though. Which honestly, nah, I need to change to be symmetrical. I think that'll also center his body pretty well. My gosh, what am I doing? Okay, give me a sec. If I go to like this, and then I don't want to handle this. Increase the size. That's not it. Let me hit Control T. All right, now I can increase the size. Yeah, like 115. I'd probably do bigger than that. Nah, I don't want to do bigger than that. Let's look at like size 110. I feel like that's too subtle. 115 it is. Okay. I don't know if I like that. Oh my gosh. Let me control J that and let me see what a normal belt with like the little collar aesthetic is gonna do. I don't know. I kind of like the chains though. Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm over here trying to look up animals chained up and they act like for good reason I can't really find it. But um an animal chained up is like not a it's not a beautiful sight to say the least. I'm so tired. This might be one of them ones I call it early, dog. I feel like I said that last week, though. I'm really just complaining. I'll leave the chains for right now. You feel me? And then, well, no, I want to see how the belt looks actually. So let me, yeah, that's it. Let me delete this and let me turn this off. And let me see how a normal, I'm not gonna like it, but let me, let me see how a normal belt looks. I'm just kind of gonna, not BS, but just humor the idea right quick. And if I put like these little, oof. I mean, it ain't, it ain't, it ain't. I like the chains better. I don't know, dog. I definitely like the chains better. I'll leave the chains for right now. I got mixed feelings about them, though. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you, fam. Feel like I should do more with the chains. What if, what if 2 chain? Yeah. Editor, keep that in. Make it short from that. Me, I'm the editor. I think the double chain works a little bit better. Yeah, the solo chain doesn't really do it as well, but the 2 chains is yeah. I feel like that works. And then I could also tilt it a bit. Yeah. Let's try that. Let's try that. So, see. Or let me control T, right? Let me do it like this, right? Bring it down a little bit. And then I'm gonna hit OK. And then I can control J, and then I can bring it back. And now we got 3 chain. I don't know if I like 3 chains. I ain't even gonna hold you. I don't know if I like three. I don't know if I like 3 of them. I don't like 3 of them. All right. 2 chain Beast Boy it is. So let's edit, transform, flip horizontal. And then I'm gonna bring down. Well, hold on. Maybe I do like See, I like see that didn't look right. Why did I even do that? Let me bring it back down. Oh wait, I know why I did that. Edit, transform, flip horizontal again. Ooh, hold on. Let me. You know, I kind of like. I like how it's. Let me see if I can articulate what I'm trying to say. Because if I go Control T and rotate this a bit, and then I do the same thing with like, yeah, apply, dummy. If I like go, uh, I don't know. I don't. I think that kind of takes away from the chain aesthetic when I do it like that. So what am I even doing here? I think the stack chains on top work. It see, I'll run it by my friends, and my friends tell me like that it needs to be like not symmetrical, then I'll let it rock. I think the chains really add something to the design though. Now what I kind of want to do is redraw it. Like let me see something. Let me see something. Oh geez, what did I do? Let me see. If I had like one going like you know what I mean? Like if it was kind of off centered a bit, I think that would also be good. We can you know what? Let me not be lazy. Let me try that right quick. So let me control J. And then I'm gonna delete this again. All right. Control D. And then I'm gonna just copy some of this actually. Oh no. Control D. Yeah. And I'm gonna control C. Control V, and then move it. What? Ow. Okay, let me try that again. Because apparently I'm tripping. All right, I'm gonna Control C, Control V, and now, yeah, I'm gonna move that to like right here-ish, and then I'm gonna do another one, Control V, and then like right here-ish. And I'm just trying to see what the chains look like this. So let me select this, Control C, Control V, and oh, whoops. What did I just do? Okay, cool. But yeah, if I just like put this right here, Control V again. Actually, no, Control Z. Control C, Control V. Ah, shoot, that ain't working. C, Control V. Ah, gee. See, I gotta be like careful. I know this like seems kind of tedious because it is kind of tedious, but like just bear with me. I'm gonna bring this in a little bit actually. Telling y'all, man, working with vectors is like such a breeze. Okay, and I'm gonna control V. Ah, shoot, no, not that. Let me control C, control V, and then I'm just gonna do it like this right sure. And I'm just curious to see how this would look. I think I did too much for too little, and that's complicating it way too much. So yeah, let me see. I don't know. But yeah. We'll leave the chains as is. I feel like they're a good part of the design. I just don't feel like looking at them right now. But uh, I genuinely feel like they're too symmetrical though. We'll worry about that later. Let me finish up the torso because I didn't spend way too long on it. Okay, so there's the torso. Let me put all these chains into their own separate layer or whatever. And lower the opacity a bit more. Okay, there we go. So now that that's that, I gotta actually no, I don't need a symmetry brush for this. I'm going to just bring this as too low. I'm gonna try my best to bring this down a bit. Okay. I'm gonna select that Control C, Control V, edit, transform, flip horizontal. Yeah, see now they look like butt cheeks. Um, give me a sec. Let me just Control X and just do a different layer, I guess. And now, am I doing a whole lot to not use the transform tool? Most certainly. Am I gonna stop? Most certainly not. Okay, so I don't think that's gonna work. It might work. I don't. Let me see. I gotta see how I want this. Cause like, if I lower the opacity to these, you see how here the body comes out a little bit more. See, this is what I get for having it off centered. This is genuinely what I get for having an option here. So, what I'm gonna do is have it come out a little bit so he's not too skinny at the bottom. Yeah. And then I'm gonna just bring it to like right about there. And I don't know, but I think that to work better. I don't know what that accent was, but it was hot butt cheeks. Okay, so let me Control J, edit, transform, flip horizontal. And I think that's about perfecto. So now we got the kind of crotch, groin area or whatever. I think I'll bring it up a little bit too, because I feel like the legs are already kind of whoops. I feel like the legs are already kind of not in a good spot. What the heck, dude? Hold on, time. Because this mug is like really aggravating me. Why is it moving the whole thing? What? I'm going to shoot myself. Let me. Oh my gosh. Why me? Okay, Control C. I might not even need it to do that. Let me just do it anyway. Control V. Uh edit, transform, flip horizontal. Oh my gosh. Hate it here. I hate it here because what why is it oh wait. No, I genuinely don't know why it's doing that. Because what oh wait. I think I know. No, I don't. No, I freaking don't. Okay, let's try this again. Control C. You know, Control V here. Okay, now it's genuinely y'all see this. It's genuinely just the one part. It's legit just the one part. All right. So theoretically, you know, if I turn this layer off, okay. Oh, okay. Shoot. All right. So let me actually while I have these in two separate layers, let me Control X and then Control V this. Now, that was such a long tangent for so little. I'm gonna bring that up a bit just so his legs don't seem as low, I guess. Whew, but that's practically the body. Oh man, we're 2 hours in. Freak. Okay. Boy, I could use a nap. But yeah. Let me ooh, how do I want to handle this? I'm gonna merge these layers and then I'm gonna bring in the top of this body where the neck is. Go to like a size 12 brush and then just connect them right about there. I think that's perfect for the most part. I think. I think that's perfect. Let me see. I could probably round it off a little bit more. So like, how do I want this? Ah, see, I'm being nitpicky again. I think that's good. I can twist this around actually. And then if I just lift it up a bit. Yeah. That's about perfect. So and again, there's no such thing as perfect in art, but you want to get it as perfect as possible. So there's the torso, and these are the chains. Who I am dang near inclined to just take a lunch, but I do want to like go ahead and knock out the arm, like both of the arms. Wish another snack. Matter of fact, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get another snack. Give me 1 second, and I'll be right back. If I can like mute myself right quick. Okay, I don't know what I just did. I think I okay, I didn't have my volume on, I think, so I was I was muted for a minute. I don't know how much I was muted for, but again, it ain't like nobody's really here right now. So let me see. Okay. So let's see how we're gonna do this. Oh wait, no, I meant to mute myself because I was finna munch. Okay, now we're gonna do the shoe. Let me label the leg right quick. Yeah, that's definitely a decent looking leg. It ain't the best thing ever, but it's decent. I might have to shrink the head. I think that's kind of setting it off too, and not in a good way. So, let's see how I want to do this. Okay, so since I have the leg, I gotta look up his shoes right quick. Bear with me, and I'm probably gonna reference the Teen Titans Go version for that because his is a lot cooler. I ain't gonna lie, like I said, Teen Titans Go Beast Boy is better design. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. I kind of see how I was doing this. So I'm gonna kind of keep just try to retain this kind of shape that I've given him right quick, and I'm gonna contour it to like the end of that foot. Matter of fact, let me or that leg. Let me lower the opacity, and then I'm just gonna make this um tongue of the shoe right here, and then I'm gonna go like that right there. I'm gonna put one of these little strap. I need a bigger. How do I want to do this? Let me lower my brush size right quick. I'm trying to think because like when I look up the Beast Boy design, it's is never consistent. Yo, I just looked up this one like statue of him and it's like it's so cool looking. But let's see how I want to do this. Okay, I feel like I hit a roadblock, so let me just continue what I was doing. And yeah, let's put like a strap right here and then end it like right there. I think that looks good. And let me dang, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna just do what I know and then just bring this in right here, bring it down here. Let's see. And I'm gonna like put this up here and just have it come around here. Shoes can be very tricky to draw, by the way. Why is it doing this to me? Okay. Okay, so and then I'm gonna have it come back up like here-ish. And then maybe like come here too. See now I think I kind of messed it up right there. Give me 1 second. I gotta reference these Jordans again. So they'll pretty much come up to like right here, come out, and then come back again. That's kind of how I want it to go. And I could always fix this up and change it if I please, but I think that's straight for right now. Let me put one more flap on this right here. I don't like how it is. Let me. I think that's halfway decent. It's a bit cartoony. I kind of like that though. And then if we just bring that in to like right there, then I think we are cooking. You know what? Matter of fact, let me try that again. Let me just go straight from here to here. I think that's a bit more convincing. Let me try it one more time, actually. I think I just need to move it over a bit, but I think that's it for that. So, we got the shoe, pretty much. And that looks halfway decent at least. I think. Again, I can change it as I so please, but it's looking like something. So let me control S to save again right quick. And the last thing I need to do is the jacket. However, before I do that, there's one thing that I need to log in because I didn't do the chops for the sideburn. Matter of fact, just in the head in general, right? Uh the face. So if I turn down the opacity, right, you could see how like the hair stops like right here at his face. I need it to at least come up a little bit so that he's got a bit more of a hairline, if that makes sense. So like I need to go from like here to like right here. And then I need to go from like here to like right here. You know what I mean? And then let me control J this and then hit control E just in case I see I like see it's that BS I be talking about. But I'm just trying to like clean it up a bit. And that's so that when I do animate this, it doesn't like I'm trying to figure out how to explain it. Like mess up anything, if that makes sense. Trying to figure out how I want to do this now. I think I got an idea. I got an idea. I got an idea. Okay, so I'm gonna hit P and then just like bring this part in a little bit. Let me see if that works. A little bit. You feel me? Mm, mm. Trying to fit because it's not blending into here like I want it to. So if I like, sucks. Like if it were literally a little bit close. Well, no, no, no. It kind of works. Okay, yeah, I think that works. It ain't the best thing ever, but it's a halfway decent cleanup. I mm, I don't know if I prefer that though. I mean, it'll kind of have to cut off like that regardless. I'll let it rock like that. It's fine. But okay, so there's that with the hair. What else did I need to do? The chops, the chops. Okay, so there's the mouth, I think. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me label that. Okay. And then I want to add those little the chops, which I was gonna say I don't think he needs them, but I think he needs them. I'm gonna keep it real with you. So I'm gonna actually make them part of the face. So I'm gonna I'm gonna like make another copy of the face just in case. I hate to like mess this up. And then I'm gonna, draw the sideburns. Ah, shoot. How do I want to do this? Because I feel like it'll come like right here to like right in here. I, mm, I don't know if I've ever been so unsure of a decision. I ain't gonna hold you. I kind of like that. I ain't gonna hold you. I kind of like that. What if okay, yeah, like, what if I like brought the sideburn? Yeah. Like, I gotta like that. Oh, gee. See, now it's like cutting off the, but I do like that though. Why? Okay, I kind of think I know what I go. No, I kind of think I know what's going on with that, but okay. So now, if I delete that, then that part's gonna go. I'm not entirely sure why that's the case, actually. Let me hit P and let me try to bring that in a little bit. Now let me see if I that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Um certain parts of this ain't pretty good though. Like, let me see. Let me see. Let me see if I like increase the line weight of this. Uh I think that's definitely a move. I think it all needs to be a little bit bigger. But also, I feel like it's kind of cut off too much at the same time. Uh, I'm not entirely sure if I'm completely sold with that. Ah, but I'm kind of rocking with it though. Let me see. I think I'll leave it just in case. Well, not like a just in case, but I think let me see how this is working. Why is this so why is this such a big thing right here? Oh, it's the I know what that is. Okay. Give me a sec. Yeah, if I like lower that and then like move it over a little bit maybe. And then maybe hit E here. Whoops. Yeah, rotate this a little bit. I mean, if we being real, that's pretty tough. Let me delete that. Yeah, I think that definitely makes him look a bit more beast-like with the sideburns. I just don't like how it cut off certain parts of the face. But like other than that, it's pretty good. Feel like I should have done this in its own separate layer. I think I got an idea. Because some of this is bothering me, I ain't gonna lie to you. But let me select all this right here. I think these are some good marks that I've made. So yeah, I'm gonna control C that. I'm gonna turn that off, turn back on this layer, control V, and now I have it on its own separate layer from the head. And now I have my most important parts of the head. And these parts just won't be animated, I guess. I guess. So let's control S that. And now all we have to do is follow the dang train, TJ. Oh my gosh, don't tell me this froze. Oh, thank God. Okay, okay, okay. Before I finish this off and do the jacket, let me finish off this little snack out work. So give me a sec. Okay, okay. So now all we pretty much have to do. I know, half of it is missing, but that's pretty much how this goes. But before we color anything, which I'll save for a little bit, we have to do the jacket. Okay, so trying to see how I want to do this. This is the sketch layer, right? Okay. What the heck is this? Oh, that's the shoe. I'm like, what? Give me a sec. I gotta get organized before I finish this off because I'm over here lost. But ooh, trying to see where the chains and everything are so I can like lower the opacity before I like end this off. Alright, so yeah, these are the chains. Um, Let me lower the transparency of the arm as well. All right, so now I can see the hoodie jack, not the hoodie, but the jacket pretty well. Now, the jacket also doesn't have to be symmetrical because even though it's not say like a character or anything like that, when you have a jacket on, it's not gonna hang the same way on both sides. So I think it's fine if I just free draw this. So let's see. I'm gonna make a new separate layer and go in with like a size 15. And this is important because the rest of the body is kind of thin in terms of line weight. And I just kind of want to contour it to the body. Let me see. In fact, trying to see how I want to do this because I'm gonna have it come down like right here-ish and then up through there. I'm gonna have this come down. I think that's decent. Let's Now I just kind of want to get these little ripples and things like that. Again, I'm trying not to be too heavy on the punk aesthetic, but yeah, now I'm just gonna bring this in a bit. Me, yeah, I think that's a little bit better. I'm trying to figure out how I want to like bring these lines in. That didn't work like I wanted it to. Oof, that's rough looking. Mm-mm. That's halfway decent. Okay, let's hit erase on this. Why are there so many breaks in that line? But yeah. Now I'm just gonna hit P. I'm gonna duplicate it and then just flip it. Ah, I feel like that might be a bit much. I do like the rips, and I kind of like the chains. Ah, Feel like I might be doing a bit much with everything though. But I feel like it's better to be over the top than, too subtle. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this design though. Anyways, let me turn up the brightness and stuff. Let's see. Here's the torso. Where's the arm? Bro, I'm so lost right now. Okay, this the jacket. Let me put this in a separate layer. La chaqueta. Let's see. Jacket. But no, I mean, for the most part, I think it's fun. See, let me go to the face right quick. I'm trying to evaluate this before I break. Give me like 5 minutes and then I'll go for a break. But where's the face? Here's the head. Okay, so without see, I think I'm doing a little too much with the chops. I'll entertain it later, but I think the chops are a bit too much. It's like Beast Boy is doing a lot right now, and the tops are just making it so over the top. Like the midsection is fine, but if he's not recognizable as Beast Boy, then the rest I can get away with. But if he doesn't look like Beast Boy in the face, then I failed. So I'm gonna crap. Where was the chops? Uh I'm gonna leave them for right now. I do like the sideburns, but I might take them out. We'll see. Anyways, I'm gonna turn the arm back on, and then I'm gonna take a break. So yeah, this is the first segment of this. I'm gonna come back, and then I'm gonna color the rest. So stay tuned for that. But I'm gonna go ahead, hit Control S, and then I'm gonna turn on. I would put up a like sign, like write what time I'm coming back, but I'm not entirely sure. And plus, I got the out to lunch. They'll know. So, I'm gonna mute this mic, and then let's say anywhere between 15 and 30 minutes, I'll be back. But I should be checking the chat every so often. So, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me make sure. Yeah, ain't nobody popped in the stream. Um, let me see if I can check Twitch. Yeah, ain't nobody popped in. This has been a pretty dead stream today. Let me see. It's only been like 3 hours though. But yeah, I have my food. And oh man, like coming back to see your art after you done like left it for a minute is just so refreshing. But I got mixed feelings about the design I gave him. I feel like it fits, but I don't know. Maybe the colors will help fix it or whatever. Mm. But yeah, I got a little pasta, and I'll be munching on that while I finish working on this. So first off, I'm probably gonna have to change the size of his face and his neck and everything. But let's not get into that right now. I'm gonna get a hot pink color. So I'm gonna look up the hot pink color hex, and I'll try to do that for like his clothes or whatever. FF69 B4. I feel like there are a lot of puns to be made with that. Let me take this off, because I'm no longer out to lunch. But jeez, what was I gonna say? My bad. I got distracted by something. But let's see, file. What? Uh, okay, I know what I was doing. I had a brain fart. Let me see. The hex is FF69 4. Okay, so this will give us that hot pink color, probably. And it's more of like a violet color in the actual Teen Titans. But for right now, we'll set it as pink. And I think that'll be a good contrasting color for him since he's green. So let's go with the jacket. I want to start the jacket off on this one because I think that hot pink will set the rest of the colors off, if that makes sense. So let me actually merge these two layers right here. Okay, so I'm gonna set this as my reference layer, and then I'm gonna fill in these different parts. Oh no, that is way too pink. Let me try this. That's a little bit better. Is it bright as all get out? Yes. Does it work? Kind of. So we'll leave it as that for right now, but we'll probably change it later. So mm, let's go with like we'll go with like 15 for like the black color he's got. Okay. Um, give me one sec. Trying to think of something here. So this is the jacket. Where's the torso? Oh my gosh, I don't know where the torso is. I completely botched that. No, seriously, where the flip is the torso? Oh, I'm blind. Um, let me put this in a separate layer so I can freaking color this. Let me turn up the brightness actually. So, set as reference layer, start anew, yada yada to the whoop whoop whoop. Oh, geez, no. Okay, I know what happened there. Yeah, I already like this. I already kind of like this. Let's do the other parts of the body. So, in fact, before we even do that, let me try something. Me control I, because I want to see if this gives me a green. Ooh, it gives me a green. It doesn't give me the best looking, though. So I do like him wearing pink, though. What if? Let me see. Let me try a rose, right? Let me try a rose color palette. Because I think we're off to a good start with the pink color. Let's try FF66 CC. I don't know if that's better. We're gonna try it. See, this seems pinker. I don't know. I don't know. Let's try it. Oh, gee. This is definitely a hotter pink. It seems like. See, no, that's pinker pink. See, give me one second. Let me just. Okay, actual rose is FFO80 or FFOO80. Let's try that. Which it shouldn't be too far off from what I just did, honestly. Okay. I don't know if that changed anything. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like I genuinely, is that even a difference? It looks like the exact same color. Hmm. I mean, I could just not be so literal and then just genuinely change the color palette up a bit. I could also just dull it. Yeah, let me try to just dull it down a bit. What if I did that and then go to like, say, 85 in terms of like darkness and stuff? Crazy. And then let me fix that up a bit. Oh my gosh. No. When did I tell you to delete? Okay, that's. I got mixed feelings about that. I genuinely have. I have mixed feelings about that. Um, the pink is kind of killing me. I ain't gonna hold you. Let's not make the primary color pink. Let's try to get some greens, right? So what if we got like a forest green? Yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to see. Um, Forest green color palette. There's a few different ones that they're giving me. 2E6F40? Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna trust this AI that Google's giving me, and I'm gonna hit it with this 22 8B22. Okay. All right, so we're gonna try to get a decent green going, and that'll probably help us with everything else. If not, then what I'm saying, it's kind of whatever. But I also have to set some of these layers as my reference layer. So, frig, how do I want to do that? There's eyebrows, and then I got the eyes in one layer. I mean, I could do this part later, so, but okay, so this is the actual, yeah, yeah. All right, and then this is the hair. So let me set both of them as my reference layer. Ah, jeez. Okay. So I'm gonna try to color in the hair right quick, and it should fill in these areas like I want it to. Yes, sirski. Okay. I think that's decent. Ooh, I'm rocking with it. Let me put this because it's going over the head. Oh, freak, it's going over the head. Well, see, that's a pain. That's genuinely a pain. Ah, freak. Because now I got to figure out how I'm gonna do that. No, I don't. 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 I forgot that technically I can just kind of have this as its own little thing, if that makes sense. So I could like, just kind of clean up the line. I wish I would have like thought about this beforehand though, because I could have cleaned up the lines a bit better. But all I really have to do is just like treat this as if it's literally just the top, like not attached to the other bit of hair at all. And that will help me out. So yeah, let me just make sure it's not even connecting to the hairline, and then we should be good. We should be good. Yeah. I almost had a freaking because I was confused. I was like, why does it look like that? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let me select that. And we'll go back in with this green color, and hopefully this green will also give me a pink. If not, then screw it. But you know, we should be good on that end. And I like that it's like this forest green because it almost makes his hair seem like leaves, you know? Not that it needs to or should, but I like that it does. Yeah. Again, I'm trying to make this so that it doesn't go over the hairline. That's the trick to this. Okay. I think it looks good for the most part. Let me fill in a little bit. Yeah, I think that's straight. A little, see, nah, it looks a little off. I'm being nitpicky, I know, but yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, now I'm gonna take that same green and this time I'm gonna uh do this stuff on a different layer. So I'm gonna still reference this little head, but I'm gonna color it in a separate layer. So give me a sec. Okay. Yeah, and then we're getting all this hair right here, and then voila. So, that's gonna be. Let me see if I. Let me turn this up. So that's pretty much the hair. Like if I take out the sideburns, that's the hair. Let me label these sideburns actually. It's kind of giving Joker, like since his skin's not colored in. But while I'm here, you know, let's Control I and check out. Yeah, the pink, the pink, the pink. Kind of sucks. Okay, I don't like this pink in particular either, but you know, it might be kind of good. Maybe. I don't know. Ah. Well, let me mark this pink actually. Put it in the corner over here. Oh, but yeah, I definitely like the green I got going on though. Okay, so I guess with that same green, I'll fill in the eyebrow. Matter of fact, while I'm over here, let me go ahead and turn off the sketch layer. I don't need it anymore. Um, yeah, his skin's green too. I'm over here thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, his skin is green. So let me lighten this green a bit. CMYK, can I just turn up or turn? I can't turn down the black freak. Give me a sec. Bro, this software be tripping me out sometimes. Okay, so let's turn the light, like the brightness up ever so slightly. It's about 75 or so. Whoopkie. And let's see if that gives us a decent skin tone. It might not. It might, but we'll see. Okay, so this is the hair. I gotta map everything out as I do this, but why did? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude. My volume's up, right? Cool. I was like, if y'all can't hear me, that suck. Assuming there's somebody here. But ooh, I don't think I had to do this. You know, I never checked if this is actually running on the other streams. Okay, yeah, it is. It is. I would have been mad. But I hate that he's looking like the Joker right now. I really don't like that. But yeah, we got the hair. And then let's try this for like the skin, right? Just a lighter version of the hair. I think it might need to be a little bit, yeah, it definitely needs to be a bit brighter. Especially since the rest of the Titans are pretty I guess fair skinned, I should say. Let's try 95. And the pink goes on. He looks a bit bright. Let's um let's see what Raven's working with. Oh my gosh, I love how I did this Raven. Oh my gosh. Okay, so 1085. Let's try 10. Whoops. 10 and 85 with Beast Boy. And 85. I mean, that's on 86. I'm trying to get it like right on the spot, but you know. Oh my gosh. Give me a sec. Okay, there we go. Okay, that made him great. So, let's try this again. Let me click on it. What did I have in that before? We're gonna go 10. Let's try for 25. Nah, let's try 20. I don't think that's bright enough, honestly. Let's try 30. That's a decent in between. Let's try to take it up a little bit. Instead of 85, let's try 90. Oof, oof, no. Let's go back to 85. See, I feel like I'm doing way too much. And I also feel like I'm doing like way too little at the same time. Let's try 85 one more time. Or just 85 in general. Well, let's leave it at that. If it bothers me later, it'll bother me later. But I'm gonna call this layer the skin. See, I can't do that though. Cause look how green he is here, and then he's like gray here. I can't do that. I can't. So let me see something. Let me take notes. So this is more of a lime green. Yeah, they're two completely different greens actually. So okay, let's take this green, right? Did I say lime green? Anyway, it's at 120. Let's try 105. Or just 100 for that matter. All right, let's try to replace the skin for a sec. Okay. No. Let's try it like at a different percent. See, I feel like that's a little bit better because the skin's not like as bright, but like I don't know, dog. Let's try to bring it down a little bit more. His hair might also actually just be too bright, actually, because I mean, Starfire's hair is supposed to be bright. Raven's hair is dark. He ain't got no hair. His hair is dark. Yeah, I think part of it is just the fact that his hair is not dark enough. So let me get this grassy green or leafy green, whatever green I made this shape. Um, and I'm going to increase the black. Wait, no, wait, what? How is okay, never mind. Uh I'm trying to see because this is like 55. Let's try this at like 20. Let's try it at like 35. Yeah, let's try it at 35. Is it just me or is it kind of cool that his hair is like two different colors? I ain't gonna lie, I kind of like that his hair is two different colors. I don't want to make this too complicated, but like, I kind of rock with that. Let me, let me see how his actual like hair, like the top of his hair is gonna look with that. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I might be on to something. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm not gonna lie, chat. That this right here is kind of tough. This right here is kind of tough. So, let me go back to the skin. I mean, in all honesty, the skin. See, okay, what's the hair color? 120. Let's try the skin at. Let's see if we're at 120. That was at 100. Let's go 90. The colors are always like the most difficult part because I never know what to color anything. So I gotta not overthink this. Let's go back to skin and let's see how this color works. Uh I might be able to get away with him being darker with this color. Uh, See, I he needs to be more vibrant because this is like a vibrant kind of green. What is he even at? Yeah, he's also at like actually 90 here. Let me cheat. Let me see how this looks if I cheat. Well then. Let's go 90 and then like this might be the only one where I actually steal the color. But, let me steal the hair color and then just fill in the eyebrows right quick. Bro, these layers are gonna be like the death of me, dude. His face just like the fact that I had those, his face looks more narrow and more snake-like too. That's pretty tough. Let me get this green and I'm gonna just lighten it up to like this off-white color. And then that'll be what I use in the whites of the eyes. All right, so there's the eyebrows. Let me put these in a separate layer. Hair shouldn't be too hard to actually color, but it's a pretty nice looking Beast Boy. I ain't gonna lie to you. But let's see. What even is this? Oh, I have these in two separate. I see what I did. Control E and then Control E for these. I didn't flip these around to see how it looks, but that's fine. All right, let's. I would say fill in the eyes, but it ain't gonna look right. So, I'm gonna go in with. Let me go in with my pen actually. And I'm gonna just fill in one eye and then I'll fill in the other. That should make things go a little bit easier on me. All right. Okay, okay. I think that looks halfway decent. Let me duplicate it and then flip it. All right, now it should let me fill it in on this side. Actually, I'm a little off there, but what the heck did I just do? He almost looks a little bit evil, but okay, which that can be an issue because I don't want him to look evil. So let me try. Let me see how he looks with green eyes. I want to make them yellow, but I might be doing too much if I don't make them green. Okay, the green eyes definitely make him a bit more friendly looking. Okay, yeah, I think green eyes is the move. I might try to see like what yellow looks like just for craps and giggles and stuff like that, but the green eyes are probably the move. Not gonna lie to you. Tentitans, Teen Titans. Let's go. See, no, that's a dope looking. Look at him. Yeah, fam. He also looks like a teenager. Like he this is such a teenager outfit. All right, so all right. Trying to see how else I could or I should do this. But yeah, those are definitely the eyes. Okay, I had to see what this was. I guess I'll use this same color that I got in the eyes for the tooth. And that, well, actually, I'll check this in a second, but I'm trying to see something. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, so tired. I really like the snake eyes. I really like the snake eye. I didn't do the sideburns. Half of me wants to do it and half of me doesn't. If I remember, I'll do it at the end, but I love how the hair sits though. I'm over here distracted by my own art. That happens a lot actually, but yeah, let me did I not put any of that? No. What? Oh wait, no, I see what I did. Okay, so where's that's the mouth. That's the mouth. Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna fill this in with the same white color. There we go. Now we got the tooth. This is a nice looking beast boy, dog. Look, just compared to like they look alike, but they're two different characters. I really like this. I think the punk aesthetic really fits him. And like once I see the character and I can start hearing their voice, that's when I know I've started cooking. I feel like the grin with the tooth really captures like his energy too. I keep getting distracted. Um, Give me a sec. I gotta label this. We call this mouth, which I probably don't have to have as a vector layer, but it is what it is. I did all this trouble to make that food and I did not even eat it. While I'm doing this, let me actually go back to the eyes and do like the highlights. That'll definitely set it off. So yeah, let me hit P and get my pen tool to do this. Yeah. Yeah. Let me go ahead and control J, edit, transform, flip, which I don't really have to do, but that just puts my mind at ease. Yeah, apply transformation, weirdo. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. Trying to figure out how else I want to do that. This is a nice looking beast, boy, dog. It was so nice looking. Ooh, I was cooking on this. It's cooking. Okay, so I can't help but look at it, dog. It's so nice. Yeah, we cooked with this one, chat. If only I had a chat right now, that'd be dope. Okay. So the eyes, it almost looks like the eyes are too far apart. Matter of fact, I think the eyes might just be too far apart, which is fixable. Let me actually flip this. His legs might be a little too short. I ain't gonna lie. Well, actually, his head might just be a little too big, in all honesty. But mm, that's fixable though. Um, Let me fill in the neck wherever I put the neck, and what a flip is the neck actually? Oh my gosh, what did I do here? What do I do? See, this is why you label stuff because I don't know where, bro. Him with no eyebrows is unsettling. You label this browse because I didn't know which folder this was in. I got my earbuds in and I have not listened to anything in like forever. I might start jamming though. Okay, so there's the mouth. Oh, jeez. There's the hair and the skin. Okay, I'm really hating it here because where the flip did I put it? Why? Okay, the neck is way down here for whatever reason. The shoe is up here for whatever reason. I can't win, chat. Oh my gosh, I put it in the wrong spot. Okay, there we go. Now, let me turn this neck up. And I'm probably gonna have to shrink it in all honesty, but okay, so here we go. What? Why? Control D. Um, all right, now before I proceed, I need to get a different like version of this pink color. So let me see what his like actual skin is working with, because where the freak is where is his skin actually? Oh my gosh. I can't keep up with nothing right here. But let's control I. Oh gosh, it's giving me a purple. Why purple? Do I want it to be purple? Would purple look fire? I don't want it to be purple. But what I will do is take that and move it over to this pink. So it was like 270. Let's go 300. Shoot, that's not. None of these pinks are really working out for me, like at all. Let me see what we're working with right here, and I'll evaluate. But I don't know, bro. Like the pink, I definitely don't want to do a purple. Let me see something else. Because if I can go, right, let me control I. Definitely not gonna do that. However, what if, because that's at about 300. Let's try 330 and see how that looks. I'm really overthinking this. I ain't gonna lie to you. But okay, let's try this. Yeah, I don't think that's well. I don't know. I think the red or the whatever actually it's at the same. You know what? This is a decent color. What is this? They're both decent colors. I think I'll rock with this pink. If I change it, I'll change it later because this is giving me way too much of a headache. All right, so jacket's been colored. Let me go ahead and fill in the. How do I want to do this? Let me go ahead and fill in the arm. How do I want to do this? Okay, let me turn up the transparency. Zoom in and you hit I on this color. Start a new layer. Can't lie, I rock with this Beast Boy. I can't lie, I rock with this Beast Boy. I ain't gonna hold with you. I think the colors are working too. His usual fit, like outside of the jacket, has like this like stripe, but I kind of inverted it with the jacket. And I think that kind of makes him almost have like this kind of one piece kind of undershirt, if that makes sense. Which I think is a good thing. I think I genuinely made his head too big though. I ain't gonna hold you. But we'll fix that in a bit. I don't know, Beast Boy. See, I would say Beast Boy's got a big head, but whoops. Nobody else's head is really that big purport. Well, Raven might be my favorite one. I ain't gonna lie. Her face, her freaking face, dude. I killed that one. But let me see. I don't even remember what I came here. Yeah. I was comparing head size. Robin's head is pretty big, actually. Oh, jeez. But see, Beast Boy's head is even big. Like everybody else is kind of like makes like a triangle shape. His ears stopped like right. Where's Robin? I mean, Robin's kind of does, but like I don't know, dog. Beast Boy's head just seems kind of like just really big. Whatever. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do the gloves. Let me fill in the main little parts before I start tripping, because I feel like I'm most of the way done. I don't want his gloves to be pink. He needs some gray. I think definitely his suit needs some gray in it, or whatever you want to call this. All right, this is the torso. Let me feast a bit while I'm doing this. I haven't eaten much. I haven't actually eaten lunch or anything. It's just been sitting right here while I draw. Hmm. Yo, this pasta jumping. I've sustained like an injury, a very light injury, but I don't want to like overwork it or anything like that. And so I've just been eating the same amount and I'm working out less. Like I still work out, but and I feel my gut getting ever so fatter. I still have a good physique, but it's not how I. It's not as lean as I want it to be. What was I even doing? Let me fill in the leg and the shoe. Bro, my mind is not. This is how I know it's getting close to the end of the stream because my mind is like fried right now. Okay, okay, time. Oh, wait. Why is the chains? First off, the chain should be behind the jacket. The shoe, let me turn this back up. But the shoes should be under the leg. What? I'm gonna freaking crash out because what? It literally said arm, and I was not looking at the arm. What the heck is wrong with me? Um, no, but I wasn't looking for the arm. I'm looking for the leg. What the heck is the leg? Oh my gosh. Okay, the leg is behind. Oh, why did I do that to myself? I called the layer with the leg the shoe. I'm not the brightest star in the sky. I ain't gonna hold you guys, but I try. I swear I try. Dang, I gotta keep my posture straight. Because if I don't, I could definitely feel it in my lower back. But let's see. Let's fill this in. This is a great way to end my weeks. Ooh, ooh. I cooked with this one. I cooked with this one. Not even gonna hold you. I cooked with this one. Let's go ahead and do the shoe. Um, hmm, let's go like right. Nah, that it. Okay. Do right here, right here, right here. So they're pretty much black. Should he have green shoes or pink shoes? I feel like the outfit should kind of be. Mm, how do I want to handle this? Ah, I mean, I guess I shouldn't overthink it. I'll just leave the bottom part uh black, quote unquote. But trying to see um how I want to do this. Uh, screw it. Give me a sec. Why did I make the shoe behind the? See, there's so much that I'm not actually thinking about, and that is very evident right now. I did that in the right layer, right? Yeah, good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna highlight these shoes. Actually, some white might be nice, but matter of fact, let me see how that looks. I ain't gonna lie, this look dope with the white on it. I ain't gonna hold you. I might leave it like that. Let me see if this underside is like pink. Nah, nah, white ain't gonna get it right there. Let me actually fill this in. I feel like that works a little bit better. And then I think I'll just have like gray on this inside part. Let me control J and do another layer right quick. All right, and then I'm gonna erase. Let me get my vector erase tool. Yeah. All right, let's try this fill in thing again. Yeah, that ought to do it. Yeah. I low key feel like he should have green shoes. Let me see something. See, uh, let's try it. Let's try it right quick, just for just to see how it'd look with green. I'm gonna take that same green he's got, Control D, and then I'm gonna make like a dark green for like the other part. If that makes sense. So Control D. Nah, 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 nah. Hold on. Nah, 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 nah. I like it better with the pink. I feel like the highlights on the pink are a little off though. Like maybe if I swap the colors. Nah, yeah. Let's try that. Let's try that actually. Let me delete these. All right, so let's take because I feel like it needs to be prominent. So I'm going to start a new layer. I should have went to the bathroom. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll do it after I get done with this. So yeah, I'm gonna get this background or not background, but the just yeah. I like that way better. I like that way better. So let's see. Let's try to see where we could put this darker color at. Feel like the souls would be the obvious thing. Control D. I'm really trying to figure out how like the placement of these colors, dude. Let me see. I mean, honestly, let me go back to this and see how these straps look. I think that's pretty tough, actually. I think that's really tough. Okay, so the shoes are looking decent, at least. Now the glove. I know I said I didn't want the gloves to be pink, but like I'm kind of curious as to what the gloves would look like if they were actually pink. Let me fix up this shoe right quick because this is actually bothering me. Yeah. Okay. We got the shoe. Let's entertain the gloves being pink. I think that would go with the rest of the outfit, but I don't. I feel like it might look a little bit goofy. Where's the arm at? Genuinely, where the heck is the where is it? I can't read. But I'm the one that freaking spelled it. Imagine being able to spell but not to read. That's a paradox. Yeah, let's do it like this. Control D, hit I. I feel like that's a bit much. I feel like that's a little bit much. I would invert the colors, but I know that'll be a bit much. I don't like the pink gloves. That makes him look so unserious. The pink shoes go hard. Pink gloves, I don't like it. All right, so I'm gonna try to get a gray color from this pink. Let's go 15, 1550, something like that. Okay. And let's try to fill that in for the gloves. Ooh, it's a little dull. It's on the duller side, but we might be able to mitigate that by offsetting it with some color. I don't like that color. I don't. I could already tell I ain't gonna like that color. That looks better. That genuinely looks better. I think that gray is a little too gray, but I think that's a good start. I might even make it the gray green instead. It might not actually work as well with the green, but I'm gonna try it. 15 and about 50. Oh geez. Hold on. Because I think I like the green better. Actually, I don't like the green with this color. So let me see if I like got this green and then went with like a 15 on it. The only thing I don't like is that it matches his skin too closely. So let me get the other green. I think I'm getting somewhere with the green actually, but let's go with 15. All right. What was that? This one? Yeah. And then it was like 15, 50. All these snacks I've been eating, I definitely need some fruit. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I could just taste when I done had too much like either sugar or oil or something like that, and I need some one water and two just some actual fruit to just counteract it. Yeah, I think that works a little bit better, honestly. Yeah. It doesn't match his skin as closely, so I think we're cooking with that one. I think we're cooking. That's a nice looking beast boy, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, dog. Okay, let me get the let me get that green again and see if I could put it in this collar to the jacket. And we're mostly done, actually. I think I might call the stream at 8, maybe 8:15. But this didn't take too long at all, in all honesty. I do need to see what the sideburns look like, but I think I might not. I think he doesn't need the sideburns. I think he looks wild enough and still retains his Beast Boy look. If I had the sideburns, especially since he doesn't have it in the 2003 version, it might just make him look a little uncharacteristic, if that makes sense. So, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel about it. I gotta go to the bathroom. I ain't gonna hold you. I, I mean, it ain't bad. Let me try that one with the pink, actually. Hey, I just had it too. Okay. Yeah, let me try that. Let me because that did not look as well as I wanted it to. Oh my gosh. Honestly, I'm not sure how much I like that, but I like it a little bit better. Matter of fact, I think the issue that I'm coming across is that they're too gray. So let's try. Because Dang it. 51 is too low. That's what it is. So let's try 1575 if I can get it on there. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah. See, now the collar looks a bit more flamboyant, and I don't completely like that. Also, let me put this neck behind the jacket because this is bothering me. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Now I can see it a little bit better. It's also not. This is also not gray enough. The first off, before I even go back to it, let me uh wrong color. Let me fill in this neck because I did not do that because I wasn't completely sold on the color. There, now that's filled in. Control D. Oh man, I'm cooking with this. Hmm. It's taking a lot in me not to just. Matter of fact, let me see. let me let me see because I know because the collar is like. Uh, I'd really hate to use some of the same colors on this, but like I know I'm about to. Well, nah, nah, nah. I think I got an idea though. Let me get this color. I think it'll be fine if I actually just put in some decent highlights. So one, I think it also has too much color on top of that. So let's go with like what was that? 1551. Let's go with let's go with 551. I'm trying not to make it completely gray, but also it might need to be completely gray. I ain't gonna hold you. Oof, why did I do that? Okay, that's slightly better. Some of this I might just have to change later on. But I'm trying to figure out, do I want like, you know what, another thing. Now that I have a halfway decent gray, let me go because I haven't done the change yet at all. At all. Why is this one not? Oh, wait, these are the same. Okay, I see, I see, I see. Okay, let me lower the jacket's opacity, and then I'm gonna set this as my reference layer. Yeah, I was iffy about this whole punk aesthetic, but I killed that. I ain't gonna hold you. I killed that. Yeah, I'm just selecting all this stuff. And then I'm gonna control D and turn the jacket back up. Oh, that go hard. That go kind of hard. Okay. Let me make a duplicate. What did I just do? Control J and turn this off. And then I'm just gonna, you know, not erase, but like get rid of some of the like outlines to this. Mm. I'm genuinely trying to figure out how I'm doing this. Uh, yeah, I think this stream is also gonna end early because There's not too much that I need to do. So yeah. I was just trying to figure out that situation with the jacket, but yeah, yeah, man, I ain't gonna hold you. It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Yes, sir, Bobby. Oh man, I'm cooking with this, dog. Where's the jacket? Okay, yeah. Okay, so for the most part, we got that. Okay, now since, hmm, ooh, trying to figure out how I want to do this with the let me look up a dog collar right quick. I should have grabbed an apple to eat, but dog collar. Let me zoom back in or like bring this back up for anybody that might pop in. See, the dog collars I'm looking up are not as like cool looking. I don't want him to have spikes either because I feel like that's a little too punkish. But I do want to have like these little ridges in it. I guess since it's already gray, yeah, I could just do some pink highlights. That might it might be a little fruity, but it might also be a little tough. I ain't gonna hold you. So let me let or I could put in green. That the green might actually work. Why am I saying green like that? But let me see. I'm gonna try the pink on top of this, and then if that doesn't look right, I'll go with the green. I ain't gonna hold you. That right there, pretty tough. I ain't gonna lie to you. Um, I'm gonna try it with the green just to see how it looks. It might bring everything together, but like I don't know, fam. That yeah. I mean the green the the green go kind of hard. Let me. I need a side by side because I think the pink go hard. I think the pink go hard. Let's I'm gonna oh geez. I'm gonna start another layer and then just put one on top of it. But yeah. Okay, so the green and then the pink. Nah, the pink go hard. This ain't it really ain't even a contest. It really ain't even a contest. The pink just goes harder. And while I'm here, I did not fill in all of this jacket. So let me go ahead and do that. Oh, geez, wrong color. Yeah, and I even tell it's ripped a bit easier. Yeah, fam. So let me see. I need to duplicate the belt a little bit, but for the most part, it's kind of tough, dog. It's kind of tough. Oh, I love this Beast Boy. Oh, I love it. I would like test it out to see how the yellow looked in the eyes, but I think it's better that we don't, in all honesty. I think it's also better that I change these gloves up a bit. So where did I put the glove? Okay, so let me get this same gray color. Oh, I could really end the stream right here if I wanted to, because the most of this is like done. And let me get this dark color. I think this dark color would work pretty well actually. Unify his costume. That's actually kind of tough. Yeah, yeah, the gloves, and then they're darker too. Let me see. Can I see his gloves? No, I cannot. I think I am a genius, and I think I kick butt with this one, but there's a few things I need to do in like the little groin area so that it's not like I don't even know what I'm talking about dang near. um dude, this is so sick. So freaking sick, dude. The rock aesthetic is freaking top notch. I ain't gonna lie. That was genius. But now we are towards the end. We got I'm gonna say at 8:15 at the latest, we're probably gonna end this stream, maybe 8:30, but um I'm gonna do some humorous stuff just to like, see what certain things look like if that makes sense. So I'm going to go back to the where's the face? I'm gonna I already am not gonna do this. It might be tough. It might be tough. But I'm gonna try to do the sideburns. I I think the sideburns are gonna be a little bit too much. Oh geez, a little bit too much. So but I genuinely want to see how they look. We're just humoring it. We're just seeing how it looks. You don't want to not have something better just because. Hey man, it look kind of tough. I ain't gonna hold you. Like the sideburns look kind of tough. I ain't even gonna hold you, dog. Ooh, I ain't gonna hold you, man. Tough. The sideburns are tough. What did I just do? Oh, ooh, that is not what I meant to do. Let me erase some of this. Oh, geez, where's the eraser tool? I hope I did this in its own separate layer too, because if I mess this up, oh, that's the vector brush or vector eraser tool. Okay, that's halfway decent. Ah, okay. Let's keep it real. Do I think the sideburns look nice? Yes, I think they add a lot to Beast Boy. The thing is, I, mm, I think they're deviating a little bit too far from yeah. As much as I love the sideburns and I think they add something to him, I think they're deviating too much because now he still looks like Beast Boy right here, but and I didn't have to change too much. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the sideburns out, but I'm glad I did humor it just to see how it looks. So, uh, ooh, see how else I want to do this. Let me duplicate the arm and the leg. We're drawing into a close. This is like the tail end of the stream. Let me see how everything's looking. But yeah, where's the let's duplicate that. And I'm gonna edit, transform, flip horizontal. Move it over a little bit more. Oh wait, that ain't it. Something like that. Yeah, about there. That looks perfect. And I'm gonna do the same thing with the lip. Oh my gosh, I cooked on this one. Oh, I cooked on this one, dude. I think the head is still a little too big. I might change that, but everything else, phenomenal. I'm over here just glazing myself, dude. Where's the leg? Where's the leak, ma'am? Actually, while I'm here, I called it shoe. Let me change the name of this layer. Leg. Okay, so let me see how the leg actually moves when I animate it, because that could easily be some BS. Let's see. I'll put it like right about here. Yeah, that looks off. That's that's halfway decent actually. Yeah, it's not the best in terms of like animation, but it's doable. You know what I mean? It ain't nothing to like lose your freaking eye over or something like that. Yeah, I really just have to like position it well. But again, there's nothing I really want to go too in depth on. So I mean, I don't want to push it up too far either. Anyway, let me just duplicate it and just see how that goes. Stick your tongue out, flip it in reverse. Okay, you know what? I think it's a little too close to the center line too. So let me, yeah, if it was like right here-ish, I think that's pretty much perfect. And now let me see if I like try to rotate it now. Say like right here. Again, some of it's like wonky, and I have to like really like pay attention to where I position it. But yo, this is dope. This is so dope. Okay, so we got about 20 minutes left till I pretty much end the stream. So let me go up and turn this off, and then I'm just gonna do a few highlights. I'm also probably gonna first off, because I know for a fact. I'm trying to think. Do I want the legs in the front, in the back? Oh my gosh. How do I want to do this? Like genuinely, how do I want to do this? I think I'll worry about that later. That's something that I can fix up another time. But for right now, just so I ain't got to worry about it, I'll put the legs in the back. Yeah, yeah, that looks a bit better. Okay, let me hit Control S again. Oh, I cook with this. I so genuinely could. Let me stop glazing. Um, where's the jacket? Jacket, chaqueta, la chaqueta. ¿Dónde está la chaqueta? I know a little bit of Spanish. I ain't gonna lie to you. Don't sit here expecting me to know a full blown conversation, but a decent conversation, something light, but nothing too over the top or anything. So I'm gonna go and just hit a just true gray color, like right there at about 51 or 59, whichever one. I'm gonna hit screen, and that should give me my that should give me my highlight color. So I'm gonna just hit Let me go P. Let me go above everything, actually. It should let me. Oh. Oh. Okay, what if I go light? Y'all got me. Well, no, they don't. I was finna say y'all got me bent. Okay, no, y'all do got me bent. Because why isn't it doing it? It's because I got a gray color. That's why. But it's like, okay, let's try 75. See if that helps. Yes, sirski. I like that. Yeah, it feels a lot more like a dog collar now. Y'all can't tell me I don't be cooking on these. Y'all cannot at all. Yeah, let me just go over the top and then just like that. And I think I'll even put like one more little highlight along some of this. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I genuinely. Let me see. Ah, shiznit. Okay. Yeah. I think that'll be good. I think that'll be good. Okay. And I'll just put a few. Let me put this up top. Oh, no. Okay, hold up. I got an idea. I got an idea. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, let me put a little of these little ruby highlights along here. I want them to be a little bit bigger, just so they're like a little bit more pronounced in like the actual animation. I think that one's actually good. I'll make them a little bit thicker in certain areas, but like for the most part, I did it. My mommy's gonna be so proud of me today. Yeah, man. Once you get to the end of your week, evaluate what you've done. And don't be like, oh, I didn't do anything. Like, genuinely think about something you've done to make yourself proud of. And if you haven't done anything, do something. Crybaby. Like, you know what I mean? Just do something. Make yourself proud of yourself. You'll be glad for it. But yeah, I think that's a good highlight for that. I'm gonna go back in on the let me lower the jackets opacity. We got about 15 minutes left. Jacket, la chaqueta, la chaqueta, la chaqueta rosé. Trying to say the pink jacket. Did I say jacket or jacket? Anyway, yeah, and then you can see the physique under it with the chain. Ooh, I cook, dog. I genuinely cook. Y'all can't tell me otherwise. Chris, I think Raven is actually my favorite right now, but like I think it's Cyborg. Like I like what I did the most with Cyborg. Like I think I'm most proud of Cyborg, but I think Raven looks the coolest. Like when you actually look at her. I gotta finish up Starfire, but man. Okay, let's go back to these chains. I don't know why I came in with the diamonds on my chain. Surrounded by bad, I can get him out my face. Is it cause of Titan handsome and wealthy? Yo, if I put this in a highlight, that'd be so freaking awesome. Okay. I don't know if it's just I'm getting better at these or it's just the nature of the Titans I've been drawing, but these last two went by pretty fast. I had help last time, but like this time it's just straight up. See, I don't. I do like the highlight along the belt, but like, or belt. This is really a chain, but trying to figure out how I should even do these chains. I'm finna add multiple of them though. Let's go ahead and get this party started. J, then we gonna, you know what I'm saying? Let me put this below this one. Search and Control T and just like flip it around a little bit. And, like raise it. Make it flip it a little bit more. I want to like. I'm trying to see how. Yeah, if I like shrink it a bit and then just like wrap it around. Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. Yeah. Let me try to move it ever so slightly. And then let me like duplicate it. Why? Okay, wait, I know what that is. Okay, so which one is this one? That's the middle one. Control J, and now I'm gonna like flip. Well, no, I won't. No, I won't. No, I won't. Actually, yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. I don't know if I like that better actually, but um, where's the jacket? I feel like they're way too stacked up onto. Ah, shoot, not the jacket. Where the chains go? Oh no! Ah, jeez. Cause everybody know the game don't stop. Gotta make it stop. Ooh, I might be on to something, chat. I might genuinely. Nah, that's I keep you. I might be on it. Ooh. Let me move them up a little bit, just a little bit, little bit, because now it's like perfectly even, sort of. Yeah, fam. Yeah, fam. That's kind of tough. I ain't even gonna hold you. Ooh. Ooh. Let me see how that looked before. That might be a winner. Let me look at how it was like. I can't. Okay, see, I like it on top, but like, I don't know. I don't know, dog. I don't know. Let me see this right here. See that? Okay, we're gonna leave it like that. We're gonna leave it like that. That's pretty tough. That's genuinely tough. AF dog. I might move it up a little bit. Like, say I move like this one. Why? Oh, okay. I put all these in the same layer. That's what I did. How unfortunate. But give me a sec. I botched my operation with this. Okay. Now let's see how that works if I like lift it up and then raise one up to like right there and then the other one like okay, I kinda like that one raised up a bit, but like I don't know. Let me turn the jacket off right quick. I got about 10 minutes and then I'll probably call it here, but No, them chains go hard. Them chains go so freaking hard for no reason. Nah, I think this is right at the center. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'll leave that as it is. I think it looks dope. Ooh, that punk aesthetic is hard, bro. Hard. I just realized it copied the the not symmetry line, or is that a symmetry line? I don't know. But yeah, yeah, man. The only thing I think that needs to change right now is the actual head. I think the head and the neck could stand to be a little bit smaller. So let me control T, and I'm just gonna shrink the head by like 5 and bring it down. Ah, shiznit. Because I definitely forgot the head and the hair. So control T. You know what? Let me just go ahead and try to put all of them in it. This is actually gonna bother me if I don't. Control T. All right, now I'm gonna try to shrink all of them by like 5%. Let me try 10. 10, see, I think 10 is too small. I think 5 is decent. 7, let's go 5. That's after, this is before, this is after, that's before. Yeah, yeah, I think that helps a lot. Let me put a line. Let me copy all this just in case I botch it, but in fact, hold on. Let me see something. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. The only thing now is where's the jacket? Yeah, let me put the jacket back in front. And I think his neck is up a little too high. Cause where was it before? Like right here, like kind of curved under, almost touching that right there. Yeah, let's bring all of that, everything but the jacket down a bit. I think that looks a lot better. You know what I'm saying? Almost looks like he's got like a scarf right there. I think his neck looks a little long. He's supposed to be kind of nubby, but uh, oh wait. Yeah, yeah, I'd say right about there. I'd say right about there. Yeah, man. Ooh, wait. All right, so that's pretty much the the Beast Boy drawing. I pretty much I have to like clean up this area, but I gotta come back to this anyway. Whoops. I think the whole dog collar aesthetic is good. He looks like a beast. He's like he looks wild. Looks feral. Okay? He's dope. Dope looking. I don't think I need any highlights along like the jacket or anything. Maybe some shadows would be nice, but I don't really add shadows to these type of drawings. So um and I really can't wait to animate him. Let me flip it so I can see. Yeah, one ear is like slightly higher than the other one, but I like the asymmetry. Yeah, yeah, it's almost 8:10. I know I said like 8:15, but I think I'll cut it off right about here. I think everything that needs to be done has already been done. and you know, and here's like OG Beast Boy, and then here's my Beast Boy. So I think I made a lot of cool changes. I think the punk aesthetic fits him and sets him apart from the Titans, and it makes him feel a little bit more wild, especially those kind of snake eyes I gave him. I feel like that's an amazing touch. Just the slight details. Um, he seems a bit snake-like in the face. Yeah, and I think with like Raven's like I said, kind of goth aesthetic, his punk aesthetic goes really well. Yeah, and I think this is definitely one of the better ones in terms of like just sheer consistency and everything. Oh, I'm proud of this one. I'm so proud of this one. But yeah, that's the end of the stream. I will catch you guys in the next one. And I spoiler alert, I'm probably gonna do Slade next. AKA Deathstroke. Don't tell nobody. But yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one. And I'm out. Peace.